So, the group has been together for a pretty significant period of time now. You guys all know each other from Orb, and you aren't necessarily a team at all times. You are all individual agents of Orb, and usually you're sent either solo or with a partner to go look into something, some sort of request from a government body across the world, and you are now being sent as a team to look into one such individual who has gone missing. A fairly senior agent within in Orb named Nogus Basram has left the main European Union headquarters on a land trip towards the northwestern coast of Lithuania, bordering the British Isles, kind of just a little bit to the north. It's pretty fairly close to the water. It's fairly cold most of the year, and this area was a heavy logging area within Lithuania. You guys know for a fact, based on a confidential report, that either one of you, two of you, or all of you can be reading on the car ride over, that Orb has already been here. It's not been here just once, it's now technically been here 3 times. You are the third group that is being sent. The first group was led by an agent named Salvaro Ramirez, and they, as well as their team, went into the town and discovered there was a demon worshipping cult. The cult, in its way, was obviously trying to summon something into the town, and it partially succeeded. The report that you have been reading tells you that the team interrupted the ritual in the middle, in the town's old major lumber mill, and was able to put a stop to it. All of the cultists, as well as all of the minor to mid-level demons that were summoned through the portal before it was closed, were killed. But unfortunately, the town of Elgi was permanently affected by these events. They couldn't erase the memories, they couldn't erase the feelings, and they couldn't necessarily make the town feel safe again. So, the vast majority of the townsfolk were either relocated or re-educated in orb camps to ensure that they wouldn't be spreading information that they shouldn't be spreading around the European Union. The four of you are in a vehicle together, provided by Orb. You've got your full kits, and you've been driving for about a day and a half now after leaving Paris from your fairly nice headquarters in the European Union, which is located in the City of Lights. Whoever is driving, you crest the top of a hill, and you see below you, stretching out along rolling hills, huge and uncut forests. Obviously, newer forests having regrown, probably in the time that the town has been abandoned. The attack occurred several decades before. But what should have been an abandoned town is anything but. You see fields, you see farms, you see people. And of the four of you, both Amber and Marvin are struck by an uneasy feeling. Amber, it kind of feels like all the hairs on your arms, your legs, and your head are starting to stand up. You can feel a buzz in the air. Marvin, for you, it's a much more visual thing. You can see in the distance what you would guess to be the town of Elgi, spread across several square kilometers. It's a beautiful old medieval town that's been updated, very tall pointed roofs with colorful tiles. But Marvin, you can see what is very obviously a dome that is completely and totally covering the town. It's see-through, it's slightly purple and ethereal, but as the car comes closer and closer, that feeling that both you and Amber are getting becomes stronger and stronger. You can see people in the fields you pass by, they wave to you. There's people nearby, but you, Marvin, are able to tell with your sight that there is no people beyond the dome. The farms stop almost like there's an invisible boundary line, because there is, to everyone but Marvin. There is no movement, there are no people outside of the dome, but the dome is completely invisible to anyone who doesn't have a magical sight or the ability to see spirits. As you drive up, I'm presuming you're not just going to immediately drive in, but if you so wish to, you can. But as for right now, I kind of would have pictured. I think I'm guessing Agent Lucia is the one behind the wheel, and you guys are plodding along at a pretty even pace along this winding forest road when the dome comes into sight, and you are allowed to start making your choices. So, what's the plan from here on out, guys?
Have you ever seen a moose man snore? Marvin Mooseman is the back seat of the car with a European newspaper spread out over his head. His head's back. His antlers are pressing up against the back windshield, and he is snoring loudly for the last hour or so.
Sorry.
Amber is sitting, watching them getting closer, tapping her fingers together, and she's going to be looking back and forth and going, they look too happy. Where are there so many happy people? And not being very helpful.
No, Miles. Don't get eaten by the dogs again. Miles.
Wake up, Moose Man. He's nudge him. Kick his foot while I'm driving.
Sorry.
Bad dream. Bad dream, Moose Man. That's all.
Just remembering the previous case. Oh, what?
Now Mooseman, he like rubs his eyes and leans forward, and you can see his antlers kind of drag across the top of the car.
Does anybody else see that?
Yes, there are very, very many crazy happy people.
Well,
Very
well,
insane happy people.
There aren't supposed to be people at all.
I take it then that you do not see the massive purple dome lingering over the city. Like a barrier.
No.
No?
I see. That was a good thing you woke me up. Hamish, I'll give you...
I'll start to decelerate.
Miles, I will let you know before we hit the barrier, just in case we run into it, but it seems to be stretched out across a good chunk of the landscape in front of us.
It is, eh? Interesting. You see his spirit kind of hovering in the back of the car next to you, kind of going, interesting. I don't... You're referring to Miles, the dead man?
I was reading. I thought that was Daz's character. It says Miles.
No, Thomas.
Daz.
Miles is your buddy. Yeah.
Is Miles with us?
No, Miles is technically, if you want him to be, Miles can be hovering around. You guys picked up his spirit when you were in the town.
Oh wow. So okay, hold up. Marvin wakes up from the dream. He's dreaming about the last case and talking about Miles, and then he wakes up and looks over.
Oh, Miles, I told your son you not to linger your spirit too close to me while I'm sleeping. I get weird visions when you're too close.
Oh, sorry. I'll move away. As he floats away to the front seat, Thomas, you feel this very, very cold wash of air pass over the front seat where you're sitting.
Roll down the window. Oh, getting chilly in here.
Thomas, do you stop the car upon hearing about the dome, or do you keep it going?
Yes, I'll pull over to the side of the road and we'll stop.
Okay. As you guys pull to the side and you guys are looking up at the dome, you look over and you haven't passed by
looking
yet.
up at where the dome
Nothing.
can't be seen.
Marvin points it out. He gives a general notion of where it is, describes it to you.
But you're maybe about 100 or so feet from it at this point, having parked on the long road. You can see that the forest is not fully clear cut at the edge of the dome, but that's where the farmland starts. So you can see people tilling the field nearby. There's about 4 or 5 of them. They're down to their no shirts on, with hoes in their hands or weeding tools. They don't seem to have noticed you yet.
The farmers don't have torches, do they?
They do not. Nope. It's the daytime.
It's okay, Amber. There's no torches.
But there may be pitchforks, and the common stereotypes often hold true with these rural folk. I may want to stay back.
Yeah, you'll be a hard one to explain.
Perhaps I should stay in the car while you speak to the locals.
I'm going to help speak to locals?
Perhaps I should come speak to the locals. Well, it could not be worse. Amber, Amber, my dear, do you feel that? Do you see how the fur on my arms and neck are sticking up so electrically?
Yes, it's because there's something wrong around here, and there are
I,
too many happy people.
I,
We've gone
sus-
into Smallville.
I need a coffee.
I suspect there's a lingering effect of the demonic incursion. That almost strikes me as a territory.
But wouldn't it be the opposite? Wouldn't they not be happy?
Perhaps it is a demon that feeds on happiness.
If they weren't happy, then we would know what we were getting into. When they're happy, they're more scary because they will lie to you and then stab you.
Could you remind me, were we expecting this town to be deserted?
Yes,
Yeah.
you guys were
Yeah.
all expecting the entire
Everybody-
town to be deserted.
So
Eh.
perhaps these are not people at all, but merely demonic figments that are remaining. Maybe it's a lure to bring people into this dome.
And then they
Hmm.
will kill them and eat them
Yes,
and roast them
or
over
worse.
fire.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Why hasn't
We
this
should
been
capture
noted?
one and then stab it until it tells us everything.
We should do that, but in a nicer fashion, yes.
Yes, Amber, we should only. We can. Yes.
We
We'll talk
will-
through
Shoot
it.
him instead.
We will approach one and stab them with our questions.
That's it.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so
Oh.
do you as a group begin approaching one of the farmers?
Yes.
I
Marvin.
suppose I should come and just see their initial reaction. Perhaps I am not the only moose and or other animal figure here.
Don't let us walk past the barrier, Marvin.
I
You
wouldn't
can
dream
see
of it.
Okay.
We should wait. The barrier might be all fire inside. We don't know.
No, we don't.
We can
But-
throw something in and then fishing reel it out and see if it comes back charred.
We should
No, you have.
do this scientifically. I say we place markers at the edges of the dome, see if it's spreading, see if there's any effects on the terrain nearby.
You have to have faith, Amber. It will be fine.
Okay, so tentatively, the group approaches with Marvin in the lead. Marvin has some cans of spray paint or something to mark the ground visibly so you guys can see. As you guys get closer and closer, it becomes more apparent that you guys are walking down the center of a road. You are not trying to hide. Your car is still sitting, 100 or so feet away. And as you approach where Marvin is marking out and kind of warning you guys to stop, you would have figured by now that 4 or 5 people standing in a field would have noticed a 7-foot tall moose man.
And
But-
yet they're just hoeing.
They're just working. They don't seem to have even noticed your presence.
I am not convinced that these people are real.
They're brainwashed. We should go stab them until they bleed, and then they will scream, and then we will know that they aren't brainwashed anymore.
Perhaps one of us should approach. Maybe tap one on the shoulder. I volunteer myself, unless one of you would like to go.
I will tap one with my little knife.
Okay.
One of us should go.
The rest of you, just in case of emergency, perhaps stay armed and a little ways behind.
I'll walk up with Marvin.
I'll hold Amber back.
Okay.
Amber's
So-
gonna have her ritual knife out, but will be being held back because she's like weak, very,
My,
very
that
weak.
didn't take very long at all. This must be a serious case.
You guys tentatively approach just the edge of the barrier, and lifting hands, you pass through. It doesn't feel like anything. Doesn't feel like you're affected at all. You just feel your hand move through like it's just a bit thicker, foggier air.
I thought we were
As
meeting the people.
You
Yes,
can
they're
walk
inside
up to the
the barrier.
barrier and yell to them if you like, but they're pretty deep past the barrier. Like the field itself
Oh.
Mm.
extends into the barrier, so you guys are either gonna have to start screaming to get their attention, or walk into the barrier to be able to poke one on the shoulder.
No, this is probably best. Send in a few of us
Yeah.
so the other two can go screaming in case we die.
Sounds
We
good.
won't
So
have
as I was,
faith.
Well, on the good part, Amber, it doesn't look like they caught on fire.
no, no, the two agents in the front step tentatively and gingerly through the barrier. Marvin, all of the hair on your arms and on your fur drops. The feeling goes away. That uncomfortable, unsettling feeling settles in, and you are, I wouldn't say washed over as if you have just come out of a long steam bath, but suddenly the tension starts to fade. You feel oddly comfortable considering the situation.
Oh,
Hamish, sorry. Thomas, you feel the same thing, to a lesser extent. The air feels a little bit warmer past the spot that Marvin marked on the ground, but you both immediately are not hounded, but you watch as 4 sets of heads turn to you almost as once as you pass the barrier. You see one of the older gentlemen smiles and holds up a hand and goes, "Welcome, welcome! It's been so long since we've had visitors." He runs up to the stone and kind of leans over the edge and goes, "You're just in time for the festival."
Ah, what wonderful festival.
oh no.
You're here for St. John's Day. It's a bit of a combination of St. John's Day with some of our immigrants from Ireland. They brought with them the Beltane Festival, so we're setting it up in the town. Would you like to come?
I think we could partake. I'll look at Marvin.
I
What
hate
do I know
everything
of
about
St.
this.
John's?
Is it just the two of you?
Sir, what do you see
Uh,
standing behind me right now? Do you see anything? Do you see anyone down the road?
Well, I see forest. I see forest and more forest.
I turn around. Do I see the forest or is the road still there?
Road's still there. Your friends are still there. The car's still there. Everything else is still there. He's
I'll
just
wave
not.
at Marvin.
Oh
He
yeah,
is just.
I hate this.
He is very much not seeing anyone else but you guys.
Well, passing through the barrier was quite refreshing. You know, like the misters at the amusement parks. But this is some kind of perhaps brainwashing or demonic. Hold on, let me grab the others.
So
I turn
St.
around and step
John.
through the portal again without really acknowledging the men.
So as Marvin passes beyond and you begin speaking, Thomas,
Mm.
you watch as the heads spin to you, and the one goes, "So you're by yourself then, eh? How long have you been traveling?"
Oh, just a few days. I'll pull out my Bible and say, going about bringing the word to
You're,
those who need it.
you're a missionary. The father, he will be so happy to have another man of faith to speak to. It has been so long since we've had someone come to the town.
Yes, I look forward. Where is the father anyway?
He was most likely in the church. We have the St. John's the service that's going to be happening later in the morning, and that's the kickoff for the beginning of the fair festivities. If you're by yourself, it shouldn't be too hard. It is a custom of everyone in the town to pay the fees and fares of any inns and travel goers who come to the town during our festival. So, room and board is free, but you are going to have to pay for your own food.
Oh, that's absolutely fine. I'm very grateful for your hospitality.
Absolutely. I can have my children show you in. It doesn't look like you have. Do you have a horse or a vehicle?
It will be along in a bit. So.
It'll be. Oh, you're bringing people. Oh, wonderful! It's even better to hear. You can all stay. I'm so excited. And you see a wide smile on his face. He calls over to his children, who come laughing, kind of wrapping their arms around his waist and looking up at you. Some kind of shyly standing behind their legs. By this point, Marvin, you pass back beyond the barrier, and your hair instantly stands up. That awful feeling comes back, and you are once again walking back towards the other companions.
I seem to say this every time we go on a mission, but perhaps we should just turn around, go home. I get the worst of feelings passing through this. There seems to be some kind of temporal distortion or some such that is causing the villagers inside to not see us or acknowledge any kind of outside presence.
So we can walk around like invisible people and
Amber,
trip things?
I'm most concerned for you. Seeing what the effect of you passing inside the barrier should be interesting at the very least. But it does not seem to be immediately harmful. And in fact, I'm going to go ahead and try to drive our car into the portal and see what happens.
Okay. Marvin gets back into the driver's side, has to stick his head out the window door to get the antlers to
I
fit
hate these antlers sometimes.
in the specific position. But as Marvin drives the vehicle through, it passes beyond the barrier, and Marvin, you watch as all of the instruments, all of the electronics go out.
Mm-hmm. Some kind of time distortion? Some kind of projection into some kind of past?
Marvin's just talking to himself in the driver's seat.
As the vehicle kind of comes through, you see the two children that you're speaking to kind of run past their father, Thomas, jumping over the barrier and running up to the car, and they're like running their hands over it, and they're excitedly chattering to each other in Lithuanian. The father kind of goes and, "There's your ride. Good to see it is arrived." It doesn't look like it's moving very fast though.
Yes, Marvin's not an accomplished driver, and I
Oh,
watch
is that-
it.
Well,
I watch it glide to a complete halt.
Amber, shall we go see what's going on with Marvin in the car?
However, have you seen many cars come through?
Yeah, no, we get cars for normal shipments.
How
I-
often is that?
Rail cars or motor cars?
Oh, your other companions. As Craig walks through the barrier, gesturing for Amber to follow him. Oh, your
Amber
other
follows as well.
Okay, so Amber, is you walk through the barrier.
Mm.
It's like someone shot lightning down your spine.
Oh, great.
You watch.
At least it wasn't fire.
You watch Amber stand stock like straight up, as if someone just shot her with a taser, and then she falls over and hits the ground.
Okay. Amber passes out.
You see that Amber isn't like permanently in a status. She just like, it's like someone just shocked her really badly, and she's out cold. The man immediately freaks out. Oh my god, no! And he runs towards Amber and is trying to pick her up. Is anyone stopping him?
Yep. Hold on.
Yep.
I'll grab the man. Tell him to wait a minute.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a sharp roll for me, please.
Okay. Seven.
Mixed success. Okay. It's somewhat hard to tell through the fabric of his clothing, but either this guy just runs cold all the time, or he's not producing a lot of body heat.
Uh-huh.
All the same, I'm gonna keep him from running over.
Okay.
My
so
good
as
man, wait a moment. My companions will take care of this.
but she's obviously having a seizure. Are you sure?
It's okay. Hi, Marvin. Thank you, Marvin. It's okay, sir. We'll take care of her. I'll go
I'm
see
so
if I can wake up Amber.
I am so sorry. Children, and he begins chattering at the kids in Lithuanian. After a very short back and forth, the kids take off running and hop on a set of bicycles. Now, I would like everyone to make a sharp roll as the kids take off on the bikes.
Does that include me since I'm unconscious?
That does not include you. Thank you for the reminder.
I got 10.
7 for mixed success. So then, Thomas, you're the last one. Did I miss Daz or?
Hello?
Yeah, no, it didn't. Yeah, it didn't. Oh, wait, there it is.
Yeah.
It popped up behind the.
Perfect. Okay, so that's 2 full successes. So, Craig, you're a little bit busy tending to Amber as she's fallen. You're kind of turning her back over off of her stomach onto her back. Her muscles aren't locked up as much. So as you glance over, how old is Craig, if I might ask?
Oh, damn. I don't know. relatively old. Let's say. I'm looking to see if I wrote one down before.
Honestly, as long as you were alive 30 years ago, that's the
Oh yeah,
important
he's
part.
like mid 40s at least.
Cool. I figured most of you guys are like late 30s to mid 40s. So if it's not from your childhoods, it's from reading reports and watching newsreels from the past. The kids are biking off on what looks very much like an old school Soviet bike from like the late Soviet era. So like very late 80s, early 90s. It's very utilitarian. It's very blocky looking. No paint. So it very much feels like a little bit of a blast from the past to see them bike off on a bike like that.
Okay.
My good man, what year is it?
1995, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
What year is it in game for us?
It is the current year.
Okay.
Thank you. I
Right.
was gonna
Thank
ask.
you.
He kind of looks at you a bit odd and goes, "Would you like me to go after my kids? Make sure we have a welcome waiting for you. I can make sure the triage center has a bed available for your friend."
We don't want to be any imposition or bother. We'll make our way. Thank you,
Yes.
though.
Thank you. We will maybe take a walk around your town and enjoy the sights, and then we can meet up with you later, my good man.
Please, I will be at the fair. I am running a pie eating contest at the fair. We're bringing some meat pies and some, and we also have borscht for the side. So, please, again, food is the only thing that we ask for. It is our livelihood. So, and he smiles at you and he waves, hefting a hoe over his shoulder and walking back into his field, calling out to the other adults who are working further away and didn't come to greet you guys.
Yes, this is a
Okay.
clear-cut case, I think. Seems fairly obvious that something is going very wrong here. How is Amber doing?
She's Amber, are you awake yet?
I would
Checker.
say that Amber by this point would have woken up from passing out from the pain. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Because I was just gonna have her pass out until you told me otherwise.
Amber, what happened to you?
They have a shocky fence. There's an invisible shocky fence that we should not walk through. We should leave right now, and then shock everyone else. She's not happy. We should send them fire Bibles.
Well, Marvin, if you were going to ask now if we should just turn back, I think Amber might vote with you this time.
No. Turning back is for when we are still in ignorance.
Yeah,
Now I
and
must stay.
and she might
No.
get shocked leaving too.
They will
Yes.
diminish their people, and I need to stab someone.
Strangely enough, our car seems to die upon passing through the portal. We do seem to be in some kind of temporal lock to some previous year. I imagine the demonic incursion is not unrelated.
Pull out my cell phone. I assume I don't have a signal?
You have no signal at all.
Is the cell phone even working?
It does, yes. You're able to access your apps, but anything that requires an internet connection does not work.
Interesting.
Can Amber do a forensic divination
Sure.
in the middle of this? So,
Absolutely. Yep. So I'm just going to look up that move just to make sure. When you investigate a mystery, you mask. Oh, yeah, for sure. Okay, so please roll an investigate a mystery roll for me, please.
I'm rolling too. I'm just going to make a test roll for something.
Absolutely. So it should be under the Hunter Moves references. There you go.
Yeah.
And then you're just going to, instead of asking one of those questions, you're going to ask what magic was used here.
Okay, and I can use weird for that though.
Yes,
right?
you can. Yep, that's the idea behind that. So instead of setting it to sharp when it says default sharp, put it to weird.
Yeah, I did, but now it's asking me to input a value of.
Just
You
leave it
have
as zero.
no forward. Or...
Yeah,
You have no forward.
you
Okay.
have no forward, so you're okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so that's a partial success. So I will give you a vague answer, but I will give you an answer. So you're asking what magic was done here?
Yes.
Very much immediately when you pass through the barrier, Amber, you have the sense that the dome is necromantic in origin, and it very much is coming from a demonic source, which at this point is fairly obvious. However, not only is the barrier meant to kind of affect people when they go through, but you also happen to have heard of something like this, never this large, and you're fairly certain that the barrier is not going to let you leave.
But it let Marvin leave.
It did, but you
Ah,
know that you cannot leave.
Great.
okay.
The only way you will be able to leave, Amber, is to find the source of the dome and to eliminate it. You are almost
Amber,
He's on
You-
board
you-
with that, I think.
you are almost certain, Amber, at this point, that this is what some people call a mage trap. It's specifically a piece of magic that's meant to trap and hold magic users.
okay. Amber is going to stand up, walk up to where the dome is with her knife, and
Mhm.
try stabbing it a few times.
Okay. As Amber gets close,
And scream as she's doing this.
I position myself a little ways behind her in case she gets blasted backwards, like in a movie.
for sure, as you get closer, Amber, you for some reason these insane intrusive thoughts enter into your head. They almost come unbidden. You really want to get to that town. And as you turn and spin back, knife still in your hand, you look at Marvin and realize what just happened? As you turn back to attempt it again, it's a force of will to be able to make this attempt. Go ahead and roll a sharp for me, please.
Just a straight sharp.
Just a straight sharp, yeah.
I'm trying to find out where that is.
Just-
Scroll down. There we
It's
go.
your stats, yeah.
Submit.
Okay,
Woo!
you are able to fight through the hold on your mind as it's attempting to trick you into doing what it wants. And as you stab at the barrier, your knife passes through. But the moment your hand hits the barrier, Marvin, you catch her as she is legitimately hurtled backwards by a small explosion. Amber, you take one harm.
Of course
I
I
have to say, I saw that coming, Amber, my dear.
do. She is
Amber, you
going to be
must-
screaming.
You
I
must.
can't stay here. I can't stay here.
Amber, Marvin just grabs her like wrist
Where's my
and
harm?
holds her still.
Oh, Amber, now. You must remember that stabbing things is not always a solution.
It could be. I'm going to find the person that did this and we're going to stab them to death.
Yes, I imagine that's correct.
Where do I put the harm? Oh, there it is. Okay. Found it.
Wow.
So, I think that we have some exploring to do. We should try to
Yeah.
avoid
What?
agitating the villagers here too much. Breaking the illusion
Yeah.
may have unnecessary side effects for them or us.
Before
Or,
we proceed, can we take a moment? Can we do first aid on Amber
Yeah.
for her burns and
course.
blast?
Yeah.
Cool. Do we need to roll for the first aid or?
no, it's assumed that you just do it.
Okay, because that will take care of her point of harm.
Okay. Marvin Mooseman will post up and just watch the scene.
So we're stuck.
Do I
No chance
no longer
of.
have harm? Sorry, just making sure.
Probably have to look up the healing rules, right?
Knarf? Yeah, I was looking at them. It says routine first aid heals 1 point of harm for a single injury or condition and takes a few minutes. Additional first aid will only help someone if there's a new injury or condition to treat.
You're muted, Khan, by the way.
Thank you. I have been talking.
Sorry. Good
No, it's all
catch.
good. Thanks for the mute. I usually don't. I'm usually pushed to talk. So, yes, you heal the single one, and that wound is now like if you had taken 3 harm for that wound, you would only be able to heal 1 square for that particular wound. The other thing that Amber can attempt is Amber can attempt to heal wounds vis-a-vis magic, but if she fails, she harms the individual instead of healing them.
Ha ha.
Woo woo. Okay.
So, Marvin posts up next to the car while Thomas and Craig get Amber laying on the ground, and they peel off the bit of the clothing that has not fused to her skin, but is about as close as you can get before you're actually fused. And you quickly begin providing the first aid that you're able to. It doesn't take you more than 5 or 10 minutes before Amber's wrapped up, and she is back to feeling good, back with her coat on and everything good.
He's gonna be like, it ruined my Victorian silk. Do you know how much this thing cost?
Actually, yes. There's a bishop in Paris that likes Victorian silk.
I think we just found out something about
The other
about
thing that
Thomas. I'm not sure what.
the other thing that you guys did notice, by the way, is that your well, not good friend, but at least that cold feeling seemed to have gone away. And Marvin, you can tell that Miles cannot pass beyond the barrier. His spirit is sitting on the outside, kind of waving to you.
I'll wave back to him.
Miles, thank you. Go ahead and wait here or pass on or whatever you want to do.
Watch the car.
Yeah. Actually, I should probably.
Marvin throws the car in reverse and pushes it out of the dome in
No,
case
no,
we need
no,
to
no.
make it.
Leave it.
Yep.
Leave it here.
Why?
Because all the guns are in the trunk.
I've got mine.
Well, at least
I'm a
make sure
hunter.
it's locked, will you?
Yes, I'll make sure it's locked.
Okay, so am I getting the sense that you are gathering the crew and beginning to head towards Elgi?
Yep.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
get this party started.
Okay.
We can't leave. We have no chance of backup. And we're
So-
the third strike.
As you guys begin moving further into the town proper, you guys walk down the road at a fairly leisurely pace, keeping, your heads on a swivel, watching out for as much as you can around you, and just doing what you can to be careful and, in Amber's case, be as paranoid as possible. You walk down the road, and it doesn't take too long before the 2 kids with the bicycles return. And they don't seem to speak very good English. They're mostly chattering at you in Lithuanian, with the odd broken English phrases here or there. You can see that they're really excited about you guys being in town, and they're not circling you like sharks, but they're riding kind of slowly alongside you, jumping off of their bikes to chat with each other. At one point, as you guys are heading into the town, you guys can see that there are little forest paths that break off from the road, probably game trails, and you would guess like bike trails. And 2 of the kids break off and head down one of the trails while waving goodbye to you and kind of laughing. You are able to move through the more heavily forested area that now borders the road until you reach the town of Elgi proper. You hear it before you see it, as it is very obviously in the preamble to a celebration. You can hear an accordion being played, mixed with the dulcimer drum for accompaniment. You can hear people laughing. You can smell delicious food being roasted, which you presume over open fires. But as the final bend in the road reveals the town before you, you guys can see hundreds of people. Not in traditional Lithuanian dress, but it looks to be wearing their best, and you do see quite a few of the men and women wearing very fancy outfits. The dress is very long. You can see down into the middle of the square of the town as you furtively walk through the beginning streets and the opening streets. There's a maypole that's being erected. You see a group of individuals are hauling on a huge rope, calling out commands as they're heave, heave, heave as the pole slowly gets pulled up and up and up, already wrapped in the colorful ribbons waiting to be spun and pulled. Children are running around, playing everywhere, running between legs and getting in the way. And if you didn't know what this place was, you wouldn't be able to tell anything was amiss at all. The people here seem happy, they seem healthy, they seem excited to see you, and those who do speak English do approach you, and you guys are, able to fend off or speak with other villagers who approach you, asking you for very similar information. Quite quickly, you have a basic layout of the town through helpful directions. You know where the church is, you know where the hospital is, you know where the schoolyard is, you know where the main street is, and you happen to know where the old lumber mill is, as you ask a few pointed questions. Although, when you ask those questions, you notice people just kind of shrug it off. In fact, a few people kind of give you an odd look and ask you why you're calling it the old lumber mill. It's still operational. But beyond that, you guys are in the town of Elgi proper now. It seems like people are getting ready for the festival, although it's not fully on yet. And as you enter into the town square, the pealing bells of the church steeple begin to fill the air.
I would like to investigate a bad situation or read a bad situation.
Okay. Please go ahead and roll for me.
Marvin is noticeably unhappy with the current state of affairs.
Oh,
Okay. Read a bad situation. All
I
right.
can ask a question not on the list, people.
Okay.
Any
So for anyone,
suggestions?
so anyone who's not looking, there is the questions you can ask. You roll on a plus sharp. On a 10 plus, you hold 3. On a 7 to 9, you hold 1. You can choose to hold leftovers, Todd, and take that forward. So those are your questions. Okay.
No, I was showing people what the default questions were if they didn't know what they were.
And are you looking at the advanced?
No.
Oh yeah,
The advanced
yeah.
read.
Yeah, advanced read a bad situation on a 12 plus. You may ask the
Oh,
keeper
that's
any
only an
question you want
advanced.
about. Yeah, so
Okay.
unfortunately, you're not advanced read a bad situation yet, so you can't use that option.
Gotcha. Okay, so
You have 3. You can either ask me 3 questions, 2 questions, 1 question, and then any questions you don't ask, you can hold as forwards for later.
okay. Are there any dangers we haven't noticed?
Yes, there are 100% numerous dangers throughout the town that you have not noticed. The first one that I will kind of point out is, as you were moving through the town, you noticed that there was a rather not gnarly, but not well kept looking warehouse, not at the edge of town, but just off the main square. And you, with your sharp eyes, Craig, especially because you've been hunting for most of your life, you can see that there are numerous tire tracks that lead in and out of the front door, and you kind of get the sense that the cars weren't like driven in there. This looks like they were like dragged along the ground.
Interesting.
The vehicles were probably still in park, and they weren't rolling. The wheels were not rolling, so that's why the tire treads. And there's enough of them that the only reason you noticed through the people walking and the feet walking around was that there are just so many of them on the street, and they pretty much all lead to that warehouse.
I will share that with everybody.
Okay, so that's the first question you get to ask as you're walking around reading a bad situation. Do you have 2 more?
I will hold the 2 while I discuss with people.
Okay. So as you guys are walking through the streets, you see Craig kind of gesture to the party, and you guys walk off. You're not standing directly next to a stall, but there's a stall handing out cups of borscht, and you guys stand about 5 feet away under an awning where people can't really hear or see you very well.
I hate this. I hate everything about this.
I hear you there.
I think they're all dead, and we just need to kill them all the rest of the way.
Again, Amber,
No.
that is once
And
again
so
the
a
thing
is
last
salt.
resort.
Yes, I mean, we're not there yet, Amber. I also see the other problem we have. They want
What's
us to
that?
buy our own food.
We have no money.
They have no
I'm
money
not
that they're
eating.
going to recognize.
I don't want to eat what they're having.
I have to
That's
How do you
fine.
agree.
You
know?
can't.
What do you mean? You don't trust the food they offer you?
No, I will not drink their water. I will not drink their food. And no.
What
I
I
do
do
have
I
to
not
know?
side
want it,
with
Sam.
Amber on this one.
I do not want it, Sam. I am sorry.
What do I know about the St. John Festival?
Go ahead and make a. Let's put your character. Just want to see your stats to see if I even have to ask you to make this. Holy shit, you have a really high sharp, Thomas. No. So you being the professional, I'm assuming I'm gonna go ahead and go out on a limb here and say that Agent Lucia was doing a bit of research before you guys came on this mission. As the only professional in the party, technically, by the playbook. You know that this is a well-celebrated festival. This festival usually takes place in summertime, and it is meant to celebrate the Midsummer's Festival of in Lithuania. It's a fairly lively agenda. They sing songs, they dance into the sunsets, they tell tall tales, and during the midnight hours, they're supposed to be searching to find a magic fern and jumping over bonfires. Just general midsummer activities. However, Agent
Amber's gonna
Lucia.
love that part. Jump
However,
over bonfires.
Agent Lucia, you also know what Beltane is. That happens to be a spring festival that's celebrated in Ireland. It's where the maypole comes from. All of this is drawing alarm bells because it's almost winter. It's like late September.
Okay. Great. So they actually have a mix of festivals then.
They do, yeah.
It's diverse. Yeah.
It seems for the most part, and you guys have noticed this too, there is a surprisingly large Irish expat population in the town. You think from the few conversations that you've heard people having, they came to be loggers. They came from Ireland for jobs and they ended up staying here. So the town at some point combined two of their largest festivals into one.
Hmm. Okay.
When we're looking around, you said it's like September or late. Is it different inside the bubble than it looks when we were outside the bubble for like the time of year?
A little bit. It's hard to tell just from the sky, but the ground, which you would expect the first frost to have maybe hit if they were hitting early, the ground looks like late summer kind of thing. It's pretty hard to tell just from sight.
Um, I'm gonna go up to one of the villagers if I can.
Sure.
And did they seem to care that I'm a moose? Do they even care?
No one has commented on it at all.
That's
Mm-hmm.
oh
We're-
god, I hate this place.
So in it. Yeah, we're so in it.
Excuse me. May I ask you a question?
You watch as a younger-looking woman who was kind of throwing flower petals along the cobbled streets kind of looks up at you. Yes, sir. How may I help you?
Excuse me. Does my appearance disturb you in any way?
You, big brown eyes. You look like a kind man. No, I wouldn't say so.
Thank you.
Is there something supposed to be disturbing about you, sir?
There is, but perhaps not yet.
Oh, all right.
I wanted to ask you. I'm something of a detective. I'm coming in from out of town. Would you happen to know of perhaps any strange events or goings on, or could you point me towards the local recluse or black sheep? You know what I mean? Every village has one, right?
Of course, yes. I would say that he's probably in town today. He's a bit of a drunk. Is that okay?
That's even better. Yes.
All right, Kepler. Johannes is he named himself after a scientist because he thinks it's funny. You can go ahead. You find Johannes was likely going to be either at the church begging for alms from individuals who are going to the service, or he is going to be in the tavern. He usually sits at a stool and yells at people when they get close.
Thank you. That's
No problem.
perfect. My name is Marvin, and my group is here enjoying the festival. If there's anything you need from us or anything that catches your eye and you would like to bring to our attention, like I said, we're detectives, so please feel free to bring any concerns to us, okay?
Absolutely, yes, yes. Of course. Thank you for the information. And she smiles and walks away with the basket of flower petals still in her hand.
Like he's like smiling, kind of watching her leave, but under his breath, he's like,
I hate this so much. My friends, in this situation where I have very little to go on, I tend to turn to the underbelly of whatever society I'm in. In such a rural village such as this, I imagine that would be the town drunk. He seems to be in the tavern or around, and I would like to speak to him at some point, if we have time.
Yes, and if he is the town drunk, he might not be drinking their water.
Perhaps we should visit the tavern and see the going-ons there, unless one of you have any other ideas.
We could check out the warehouse that with all the drag marks like from cars, but I'm good either way.
Yes, we should do that too.
I like the idea of finding this Johannes. And we can talk to the local father afterwards.
While we're in town, let's speak to a few people, and then we can trek out and visit the warehouse.
So who would you like to approach first?
The drunk.
The drunk?
Yeah.
Okay. It doesn't take long, guys. You ask around, and fingers and hands continue pointing you until you see a slovenly-looking, unshaved man, clothing fairly in various states of disrepair. He is sitting on one of the large kind of stone steps that leads up to the actual church. He's not laying on the steps. He's just sitting there, and he's kind of lazily waving a fairly floppy-looking hat at people who pass by.
Amber will have not crossed over onto the church land.
Okay. He doesn't seem to notice you guys in the area. He's just watching people who are actively filing into the church. The bells stopped about 5 minutes ago, and slowly large numbers of the people in the town have been moving towards the church.
I don't suppose any of you have old-time Lithuanian currency on you, do you?
I might get some airdropped in if we need.
I wonder if
Currency
that
and
would
food.
work. Oh, yes.
That's why I picked the airdrop.
Okay. Well, let me go speak to this man. Come along if you wish.
Marvin approaches the man. He's wearing not quite the bright white suit that he wore for the last case, but he's still very dapper, wearing a black suit. Looks like a professional agent. He goes over and stands over the man.
Excuse me, Johannes?
Yeah, you're looking at him. How can I help you there?
I wanted to speak to you, ask you a few questions. I'm new to town, and, well, I value many different perspectives on things. I wanted to ask your opinion on the town and the goings-ons.
I suppose, and he shakes the hat at you. I might be able to help.
Uh-huh, I see.
Marvin sticks the moose hand into his pockets and digs around for probably like modern day quarters or something. Quickly toss them into the hat if I have any.
He kind of glances at the hat as it sinks. Hand goes in and he kind of lifts out a small piece. I don't. Right. This is weird coins, but it is coins.
At the very
What do
least,
you
they can
want?
be melted down. Silver.
I suppose. What can I help you with? Do you want information? You said.
Yes, I wanted to know your opinions on the local people and events and other such news that perhaps only perceptive individuals would recognize.
Oh, you mean about the people I don't like, or just about the people in the town that are the people in the town? Because I can give you, but much information. And you can see that he's like barely, he's like actively. You can smell the liquor kind of rolling off of him. He's like lolling, his eyes are lolling a little bit, and he kind of looks up at you.
I would love to hear the local gossip, if you have any.
The local the local gossip is that the lumber mill will be shutting down soon because of the debt issues, and the owner is an asshole who fired me, so I don't like him.
What a bastard. I see.
What a bastard indeed. It is not the reason that I necessarily
Nickel Turney Prushak.
I am here, but I am here because I stay in the village because it is the best place for me, I suppose.
And there's nothing strange or otherwise disturbing that catches your eye, brought to your attention.
Well, I mean, Kozu and Maria have been sneaking around a lot. When I'm out lying in the street, I see them, you know, uh, uh, maybe not canoodling, but walking around. For some reason, they like carrying candles with them as they go.
Really? Where do you see this happening?
Mostly alleyways and things like that. They seem to be going through trash and that sort of thing. I don't fight them. They're not picking up the stuff that I eat. So
Who
Oh,
are Kozu and Maria?
he kind of gestures with a wide hand. They are two of the people in this town. I think they're having an affair. Just me saying it. But one is married to one person, another is married to another person, and like I said, they're just two townspeople. I think Maria's a baker. It's been a while. I don't pay attention to their vocations.
Thank you.
No problem. Besides that, I uh, I don't know really. I am just a bit of a layabout at this point. If you could,
Has there been any other strangers, newcomers through town lately?
everybody roll a sharp for me, please. Everybody who's up close and looking at him.
Sadness. Amber's standing back.
Holy shit. 13s and okay, two successes. So, Marvin, you being a detective, you immediately get the sense that he's now about to lie to you. You, however, because you get a slightly higher roll, both of you, is an 8 and a 9. Okay. Both of you guys notice that you get the sense that he's about to lie to you, but you do also see his eyes glaze over for a moment. Almost like he goes somewhere distant. And when his head kind of comes back and looks to you, he goes, "No one that I can think of."
excuse me. I must step away for a moment.
You see Marvin, like, he watches this with his arms crossed, sees the eyes glaze over, and when he comes back, he just does this and then steps away, walks over to Thomas and Amber.
This place makes my stomach turn. I believe I just watched some sort of possession or message interference or something.
So
What?
he should be controlled by something. And since we already know it's a necromancer, is he even alive?
I think that's a good question.
I'm going to thank the gentleman and shake his hand, trying to note the temperature and come back to the group.
His hand is ice cold.
Thank you. Yes, Amber. I think he's dead too.
Yes, and I think that means that all of these people are dead. We are in a necromantic dome replaying some kind of past vision. And
Reruns. I
we should not
hate
be here.
reruns.
One thing that I absolutely detest is zombies and the necromantic. Defiling the dead is something that I just cannot abide, and it is often done horrifically and with many casualties and sacrifices. I would like to get this wrapped up as soon as possible.
And you see Marvin is actually uncomfortable.
Marvin, you don't see any ghosts in here?
None that have caught my eye. That doesn't surprise me, however. This is all fake, but let me take another look around.
Do I see any? Have I seen any spirits at all?
Nope. You've seen 0.
Yeah, sorry, I don't see any. I imagine that's because Miles had to stay at the dome's edge. I imagine this is a highly controlled space. Something like a demon's territory, although perhaps we're dealing with a necromancer who resurrected the townsfolk here, or some such.
Okay. Amber wants to check. It's going to get over her fear and try to check to see if the church looks like a real church or if they have defiled it.
Absolutely, yeah. So you're heading inside?
She's gonna head inside and also try to do the third eye reading a bad situation.
Okay. Please
Something
roll.
like that.
Please roll a read a bad situation.
I think I at least will go with her since I believe that means leaving the tavern to go over to the church.
So I'm actually saying that the read a bad situation, but I'm gonna do the open your third eye for that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So you still have to read a bad situation, but then you
Okay.
get to open your third eye.
Thank you. Sorry, I was
yeah. Yes, Johannes was just outside the church, so you guys are standing on the actual doors.
Yeah.
Like at the steps. So yeah, please go ahead and roll if you can. Wow.
Ooh.
Oh wait,
Holy.
I did that with weird because I thought I was doing the smart. Is that
Then
wrong?
no, that's fine. Just change out the no. So for you, when you read a bad situation for the third eye ability,
Mhm.
then you use weird, I believe. Hang on a second. When you read a bad, oh no, you don't. Okay, so what is your sharp bonus?
My sharp bonus, I believe,
Is
is 1
so it's
instead
one
of
below
2.
your. So then it's a 13. You still
You
pass
still
with flying
double
colors.
sixed it.
Yeah, you still double sixed it. You're fine. Okay, so what question do you want to ask? Questions.
So my questions are going to be this. Is there anything that we haven't noticed?
Yes. So, Amber, as you're walking up towards the steps, you've been standing kind of further away. You try to avoid some people and you get jostled, and you're forced to part of the side of the road. And as you pass by an open sewer grate, you're greeted by an unbelievably foul smell. This isn't just a normal sewer. There is something down there.
But the normal people smell fine.
Normal people smell fine.
Hmm.
But as you pass by that one spot, it's like your nose gets, it's like you almost get hit in the forehead. It's so pungent and it's so strong. And you rolled a 14? Yeah, okay.
13.
Can you a 13? Can you hop into the other channel with me for just one moment? I'm gonna ask Todd to come with me because you're at least one person recording. Please come with me.
I'm recording.
Faust.
I'll go.
Okay, Faust, so GM, please. I need Amber in here. Hang on a second. There it is. Okay, so Anna, as you are passing by, besides the smell, you notice something particular, and you're not sure if you heard it right. It almost sounds like deep, deep breathing.
from the sewer
from
grate?
from the sewer. Yeah. So like there's a
Oh.
very large, like it's almost like billows, like bellows in like a forge are being inflated and then uninflated. But it's faint and you hear just the edge of it before the sounds of the crowd and everything else washes it out. And no matter what you do, no matter how long you stand next to the sewer, you're unable to get that sound back into your ear, okay?
Okay.
Okay, back into the general, please.
Soviet Union. Yep, they're back.
We're back.
Almost.
And Amber's trapped.
There
Oh,
she-
okay.
Amber found herself trapped in a pocket dimension.
Do you, Amber, and Craig head into the church?
Amber is still going to head into the church, and she's going to be giving the sewers a weird look and be covering her nose at the same time.
Okay.
And she'll probably tell the other people later. Okay.
Oh, and then do you want to ask any more questions, or do you want to hold two for the really good read about situation what you just did?
I want to ask if that what was the biggest threat actually?
What was the biggest threat? Okay, so
Yeah, if it's the people or that thing that I
No.
heard in the sewer, or if it's something else.
it's the thing you heard.
Okay. Ah, great. All right, everyone. So we don't have just a necromancer. We now have a sewer filled with some form of crazy, heavy-breathing demon.
So they missed one.
And the demon could be the source of the necromancy, yes? Or would that be a separate person?
Well, I'm assuming it's a demon, but
You can make an educated guess. All of you, because of your experience in Orb, know that demons are inherently magical. There is no demon you will ever meet that doesn't have some sort of ability to manipulate magic. They are all just very unique in the ways that they do it, and the more powerful a demon, the more it can use magic, and the more akin it can use magic to humans.
Right. The cult that was originally destroyed,
Yes.
what was the cult actually worshipping?
Okay, so as you flip through your notes and begin pulling up the information that they were able to grab, you see photos that they took that are kind of left over on the file. You downloaded all this stuff to your phone a long time ago, so you don't need the internet to be able to get this info. Go ahead and roll a sharp for me, please, to be able to determine what the symbols say if your character has researched or known this before. Okay, that's a full success. So I'm going to bring up the information here really quick. Make sure I'm not screwing up the name. Okay. So as you look at the symbols, you have heard or at least know about what these symbols mean. This cult was worshiping a greater demon named Sheb Hagorath. Sheb is a very specific deity that is, or not a deity, but a very, very powerful demon that is associated with magic users, and specifically, it is known to drain magic users dry before consuming the leftover flesh.
Oh, great. Amber, dear.
Stay away
just
from
stepped
the
away.
demon.
Amber stepped away for a minute.
So you Thomas are looking as kind of looking up, and you see both Amber and Craig have kind of began walking into the church, and you're left just kind of looking up at Amber and then kind of looking over at Marvin and kind of back and forth at the symbols.
Is someone going with?
Is someone
Yes,
going with
no,
us?
I
we're-
am.
Okay. Sorry.
Yes,
Marvin's like head like snaps up and like looks around like, oh, is someone going with her?
Yeah, I'm
no,
with her.
no.
Okay. Yeah, you have like a mini panic attack for a second.
According to these
I'll,
notes, seems that Amber's fear is correct. Some kind of magic barrier that keeps in mages and absorbs their power.
yes. I mean, she's going to get weaker.
I imagine so.
Well, does it drain her just from being here, or does it have to be like, within tentacles reach?
I will go ahead and straight up tell you, unless you are willing to go pretty batshit crazy insane or have delved into the areas where demons reside, you would not have that information.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't know. With demons all have these unique abilities. This one could maybe drain her over years, try to bring her in and make her think that this is a place to stay. Or we could find Amber, skin and bones, turned to dust by morning. Who knows?
Great. When was the raid? Was
I do
it
not
the
approve of
1990s?
this, and I don't approve of anything that
Oh.
is currently going on.
It's 2023 in the current time in the setting, and the raid occurred approximately 28 years ago.
Okay.
Dear God, this place has been festering for 28 years.
Yeah. And why didn't Orb pay better attention to what was happening here?
They lost
Relocate
teams.
everyone.
How many teams of those people had a magic user in them?
You guys know for a fact that Nojas Basram is a mage.
Who?
The person you're here to find, the agent. That's his
Yeah.
name. Nojas Basram.
Team number 2. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Where was that mentioned?
At the beginning. That's why we're here. We're looking for
Oh,
the
I'm sorry.
last guy to
Somebody
go.
write that name down?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I didn't even know that we were looking for somebody. All
Yeah.
right.
Essentially, the orb had begun over the past year or so to get very odd rumors about travelers either feeling very odd in the area around Elgi and turning around, or people simply not reporting back to family. And the European Union basically, you guys drove through a blockade to get towards the village, as they've been rerouting traffic, claiming that there's like a massive spill in Elgi, so no one can move through the town.
I think I've seen that movie.
Well, we're living it. Okay,
Well, the townsfolk seem to make a big deal of their pastor, so I imagine we should probably talk to him and see if this one breaks his vows. Aside from that, the warehouse is a good lead. I admit I find myself at a bit of a loss.
Yes, let's talk to the father here. It is a father, isn't it?
Yes, I think so.
So at this point, the two of you have been talking for a little bit of time, and Craig and Amber, you have passed your way through the doors of the church, underneath the entrance, and as you walk in, you guys can see the church is abso-freaking-lutely full. It is like people are you guys can't find seats. There's no pews available, so you guys are standing in the back. You guys are kind of in a position where you're, ass cheeks to ankles, shoved up against people, with only your torsos able to like shift and kind of keep yourselves open in the room.
Did Amber notice anything when she walked across the holy ground? Does it feel holy?
It doesn't. It does feel sanctified, and it does feel holy, but because of your past experiences already in this area, Amber, the way I would describe it is it's like you stuck your hand into a crystal clear pool of water, but there's a centimeter thick slick of oil on the top. So you know that you're in a clean space, but there's a bad taste to the air.
Okay.
The sermon is being given. It started before you walked into the room. It is a reedy, thin-looking man at the far side standing at the pulpit at the lectern. He is speaking in mixtures of Latin and Lithuanian. There's no English that you guys can hear. And the service continues on for another 10 15 minutes. During that time, I was just wondering, are either of you doing anything or are you waiting?
Amber's going to be mostly waiting, seeing if she understands any of the Latin that he is saying.
Okay. She does. It is standard Latin, standard church sermon. He's doing the Sermon of the Mount currently, so about giving back.
I'll.
Beyond that, though,
I'm keeping an eye on
it's
Amber so she doesn't stab anybody, and watching the
Absolutely.
people around us.
Me and
The
Thomas are
people
going to come
look-
in at some point too.
Okay, so I'd say after 5 or so more minutes waiting outside, you get the sense, Marvin and Thomas, that the ceremony is still in mid gear. So you step up the steps and you pass underneath the entranceway, and you quickly find your companions at the back of the room, and you're able to either join them or make your own way to a different area. Well, I'm not telling you where to go necessarily, but the sermon continues. I would like everyone to roll as another. Hang on a second, because read a bit situation. Yeah, please make a sharp roll for me if you guys can.
Just so you know, the third eye one that I read, I'm not sure that we actually applied it.
Oh, sorry. Okay, please tell me.
Because it's
As you open
supposed
your
to
eye
be
for
here.
when you read about situation, you open your eye for extra information. Yeah, that's what that's what that sound you heard was.
Oh, okay, that was the sound.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
like specifically, the reason Craig didn't hear it is that you're hearing it through your third eye.
Okay, thank you. And we're rolling a sharps roll.
Yes, everyone roll a sharp for me if you could, please. Sharp, success. Okay. So for now, Marvin's going to notice something. Amber was outside, so she's not going to notice immediately until someone mentions it. So all of you guys rolled, I think. Yeah, okay, sweet. So 3 of you guys, you notice something odd on the priest's raiment, on his robes. Up near the collar, there appears to be a pin that he's wearing. The 2 people who were checking the notes outside very obviously recognize the symbol of Sheb Hagorath.
Blatant, obvious. I like it.
It is literally on his collar. Couldn't be more blatant.
How dare you defile the house of God?
Yeah, like in fact, where the white should be, the symbol is in the center with the white. The sermon goes on, guys, for another 20 or so minutes. In that time frame, everyone kind of gets tired as they're basically just listening to a sermon in a language they don't understand. You can't really follow along and keep up with it unless any of you speak Latin.
I probably do, but
It's fairly boring. Is there anything you guys are trying to do during the sermon?
guys, while Satan Boy there is busy enthralling the dead people in front of us, why don't we go check his office?
I am not the most stealthy of individuals, but if you would like me to cause some sort of distraction for you, I may.
I'm not sure we need a distraction.
No, I'm just offering. Either
Let's
way, I
just-
think I'll stay put. Maybe keep an eye out.
Okay.
Amber's going to go follow. She's come in since you guys are so long, and she's going to help search wherever.
I'll go with them, but I'm going to stay, be the lookout, essentially.
Okay, so you guys begin scanning the room, and you notice that there are offices to the back left of where the lectern would be. You guys slowly make your way along the back wall, and just as you guys are about to hit the back area, I would like you guys to make some cool rolls for me, please, as you are attempting to sleuth your way across the floor and not be noticed as you do so.
Oh, yeah, I'm cool.
Oh, you guys are going to not like this.
Market experience, Amber. Okay, so as the 3 of you move across the room, you guys hear the sermon come to an abrupt stop. You hear English from the lectern, My, is that a guest? You see the preacher, the father, pointing directly at Amber in the crowd. He doesn't seem to have noticed the other three of you as you're continuing to creep through the crowd, but as Amber is signaled out, people like literally stop her movement, and they don't hoist you up, Amber, but they open up like a foot space around you.
The first thing I do is I grab Thomas by the shoulder and I push him forward, like just keep going.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna go. Yeah.
I keep Thomas moving, and then I turn back to help Amber deal with whatever the hell's about to happen to her.
So Thomas,
Amber's
I'll go
going
with
to
Thomas,
be
then.
slapping their hands. And are their hands cold?
all of their hands are cold, yeah, as the hands are slapped away.
Everybody,
Please.
please stand
You're
back.
shedding on me. They're shedding on me.
Father, please control your flock here.
You hear a brisk, like sharp Lithuanian kind of cut out across the group, and hands immediately drop to their sides. You see him kind of shaking his head. I am so sorry. I did not mean to do that. We have not had visitors in so long. And you can all see there's a very obvious hunger in his expression as he walks down from the lectern and begins walking through the crowd, which, like a shark moving through a sea of fish, opens for him with little issue and little time. Craig, both you and Thomas have creeped past the crowd and are now at the door to the back office, just letting you know. He approaches Amber and you, Marvin, as you've kind of shouldered your way into the opening that has popped up around Amber. As he kind of gets close, you see he gives you a slight bow, and he goes, I am so sorry. And he reaches out a hand to take your hand in his. Do you allow him to?
Absolutely
No.
the fuck not. I look down at him.
Your flock seems to be very fervent.
We believe so much in the word of God. The Lord above has saved us and helped us so many times, and we believe in his power above all others.
As
And
do
I
all of
believe in
us.
personal space. 6 feet of space.
Hmm.
Now
may
that this
be-
guy is... Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, it may be a custom of theirs to be a little touchier than we're used to, Amber.
I don't approve of it. It's ruining my silks. Next thing they'll do is take a candle to them.
I am sorry. I am sorry for how I have affected you. Please, if you do not like what is happening, take a seat in the back. Someone will make room for you. You can sit down and enjoy the rest of the sermon. If you are religious, as your friend here seems to have mentioned, I will go on with the sermon in English so you can better hear the Lord's word.
That would be
Please.
wonderful, Amber. Let's take a seat.
Everyone, please give her space. Do not crowd the woman. Thank you. And people continue giving you about a foot to 2 feet of space as you guys are escorted to a pew in the back, the front, wherever you so choose. Can I ask where you
back.
choose to sit? The back, I figured.
The very far back by the door, please.
Moose
so you
man
guys-
is a moose. He ain't stupid.
You
Amber
guys-
was gonna let him go wherever, as long as they're not touching her.
You guys are brought more escorted to the back, furthest back pew, where you're just at the aisle, so you're as close to the doors as you possibly can be. And the rest of the congregation kind of turns to view the preacher, the father, again. He walks back up to the lectern, and the sermon resumes. During that time, Thomas, Craig, what were you doing?
Go on in.
Okay, the door is locked.
Go on in the look.
Craig, I'm sure he can do it. No? Okay. I'll try.
No, I can try.
Okay.
So
What would this
would
be?
this would be an act under pressure roll.
Yep.
Okay. I can do that.
Because you are definitely trying to pick a door lock before someone notices you sneaking into a room. So that sounds like you're acting under pressure. So go ahead and roll. for
And
that,
cool.
please. Yeah, it adds plus cool.
And there we go.
Oh, lucky boy. Lucky boy. So, with the mixed success, you guys pop open the door, but in the process of opening this door, you bust that lock, Craig. The next person who comes in the door is going to know someone broke in.
We'll blame it on somebody else.
like essentially whichever tool you had is so deeply jammed inside, a key can no longer get into the keyhole to open the tumblers. But as you guys
Anyway.
push into the room and lightly close the door behind you, I'm not making you guys roll for this. Both of you now hear that bellows-like sound, the intake
Um,
and then the exhale.
uh, Craig, I think this is more your area of expertise.
If it moves, I can shoot it, but it'll be noisy.
Beyond that, though, the room is fairly small, 15 feet by 10, with high ceilings to match part of the interior of the church. All made of stone, beautiful oaken desk, papers and bookshelves kind of scattered around the area. A very nice backed chair sitting in front of behind the desk, and several smaller chairs sitting in front. The desk is covered in a mixture of books and different pieces of paper. You see what's obviously a lockbox sitting on top of the desk. You would guess that's the church collection box for after sermons. And then you kind of glance around the room, and there are area rugs covering most of the cold stone floor. So if someone's walking around here in bare feet, they're not going to freeze.
Which would mean jack to a dead person. Okay, well, we'll scan through the book, see if there are any that are obviously not, proper.
Sure. Okay, hang on. I'm just going to look here. I want to see if this is an actual mover. I'm just going to have you roll. Yeah, just roll a sharp for me, please.
And while he's looking up there, I'm going to look under all the rugs.
Okay. So as you're moving through, so you please go ahead and roll a sharp roll as well for me. Actually, no. Please investigate a mystery. There's one particular question that is fairly obvious on the list, but I'm not going to tell you what to do. Okay, partial success and full success. So, Thomas, as you're rooting around on the shelves, you pull down one book that doesn't have an actual name on the spine. And as you pull it off the bookshelf, you're immediately struck by the leather that it's bound in. It looks kind of odd.
No.
As you open it up and begin leafing through the pages, you don't recognize any of the script, despite it being significantly demonic. And after reading through enough of it, when you get to the back pages after flipping, you can see that there is a pore on the back of the leather, and it's fairly large. And you're pretty sure what this book is bound in.
Yeah. And the pages probably are also.
As you're pulling off books and your face is kind of twisting, you do discover what appears to be a trap door. However, it's situated under the carpet that is directly beneath the desk, and to get to it, you are going to have to make a bunch of noise moving a very heavy desk and a bunch of other stuff. If you choose to do it just with your strength and stuff like that. But it's the trapdoor is positioned in such a way that you literally need to move shit around in the room to get to it.
And what do we think my question is, everybody? What is being concealed here?
Trapdoor.
Yeah,
Yeah,
or what can hurt it? Or was that the answer to you answered my question already?
Yeah, I just answered your question for the investigative mystery. Sometimes if you guys have normal questions, we'll do that. But it's just like sometimes the questions don't actually work for investigative mystery, which is why I'm just having you guys roll sharp for stuff.
Okay.
It's the one failing, in my opinion, of this system is that it's a little bit too specific with some of the moves. But anyway.
I don't think we want to go down there right now, if at all. It's probably the sewers, and I hate sewers.
Well, do I know roughly how old this person is?
Roughly how old the father is? Oh, the book? The book, you would guess from the leather and the binding, it's probably at least a century old.
Okay, so this is before any of us. Well, we're not leaving it behind. Do I know any rituals or anything to dispose of such filthy things?
You do. You're going to need a bunch of salt and a bunch of fire that has been blessed by an actual pastor.
Steal it.
And we
Yeah,
have to
we'll-
hide Amber from it.
Yeah,
Oh,
she
yeah,
can't
and
touch.
Yeah, I would highly advise you don't let Amber touch it.
Steal it.
Well, the fire too.
Yeah, we're gonna steal it.
Steal it.
Yeah, no. Or the salt. I mean, that girl's high strung enough. I don't need to pump her blood pressure up.
She's laughing.
Amazing. Okay, so what I am going to say, guys, is you guys have been in here snooping around for a little while. So,
Cool.
Marvin, both you and Amber at the back of the room are on like head swivel watch, knowing what's going on in that back room. And you watch as it's not like a church boy, but it appears to be like a deacon, the rank just below an actual pastor or an actual father within the Catholic Church. You see him kind of like the head snaps for a moment, like almost out of nowhere. And then you see him turn right and begin walking towards the office.
Amber, I think it's time to pretend you just touched the barrier again.
Amber is going to stand up and scream at the top of her lungs and then faint.
Oh no,
Okay.
Amber, are you okay?
Okay, so I would like one of the two of you to roll manipulate someone.
It should probably be you. I have a -1.
I don't know which one that is under.
It's charm.
That
So
is.
It's
Under
it's
charm,
it's-
I have
it's
0,
plus charm.
so
Yeah, it should be you
we'll
then.
see.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Hey,
so
another-
as Amber
Wait,
Amber
that's
falls to the ground, fake seizing, or did you not fall? Did you just start screaming?
I just started screaming and then I.
Could I try to help? Like, by acting somehow? Like, could I?
So unfortunately, because it's a 5, if it were a 6, you could roll help someone and bump that up to a 7. But unfortunately, with a 5, it's just a fail. So add another experience point for Amber. I think you level up right there, Anna.
Yeah, I do.
So you guys get the immediate sense that half of the church is paying attention, but Marvin, your head is following the deacon. He did not stop. It's like he's on a mission. You're pretty sure you know what's about to happen.
So I can increase my weird by 1, right?
Yes. Oh, actually, okay. Here's the thing. How many did you hold, Anna? 2, or just 1?
I held 2 questions.
So
1.
that means that you held
1 question.
2 So you held 1. So if
1
you want to
question.
use your forward on this roll to bump it to a 6, Faust could try to use the help out action, which might bump this up to a 7 to be a mixed success.
Okay, I will do that.
Okay. So it is now a 6. So Faust, can you roll a? There we go.
Fuck yeah.
Perfect. So Marvin, what do you say to aid this distraction?
Oh man.
Amber! Oh, God, you didn't take your medication today. Someone help!
Amber will.
Is there a
will-
doctor in the village? Father,
She's
do you
gonna
know of a good healer?
You watch as the priest kind of nods to himself and gestures to a few of the congregation, just kind of saying, "Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem." Deacon, and the deacon who's walking over to the side door. Please, everyone else is here for the service. Go find Dr. Fletcher, please. And you see as the deacon kind of stops in place, the head kind of swings back around, and like his course has been reset, the orders have been rewritten. He shifts and begins walking towards the exit and out of the door. We jump back into the office to the people who are unaware anything is happening outside. What are you two doing?
Well, we got the book. And there's a trap door. We're going to make a lot of noise. What do you think? Craig.
Oh, crap. Okay, so hang on. We will jump back then. Okay, so the sermon continues on for another 10 or so minutes before he kind of sputters out and finishes off with a small catechism in Latin. The church begins to empty, and people file past you. Individuals are offering a symbol of prayer as they pass by you, Amber, and wishing you well in your health. But beyond that, the church empties at a fairly quick rate. with about 10 to 12 of the villagers or the townsfolk remaining behind. Some seem to be waiting to talk to the priest. Some just seem to be staying in the pews, hands clasped together in their own personal and private prayers. So the church mostly empties, but you guys are left kind of watching the end of the festivities. And you do both watch as the priest turns to go head towards the office. So we'll jump back to the people in the office now. So, like I was saying, in the office, you are unaware anything is really happening outside. Well, what are you doing?
I didn't hear the screams or anything.
The door is fairly heavy, and yeah, you know what? That makes sense. You guys did hear Amber yell.
Gigs up. Craig?
Yeah, if Amber's yelling, I'm going to go find out what's going on with them.
Okay, so I'll say that for the purposes of you guys having heard the scream, you would have left before the church and the sermon ended. So you guys are able to pop out of the side door, and I'm just going to use the earlier roll you used for act under pressure. So you guys pop out and are able to merge back in with the crowd without being noticed. However, as you both know, that door is permanently busted.
Mm-hmm.
The sermon ends, people begin to file out, and the priest is walking towards the door to the office. What are the four of you doing?
Time to leave, guys. He's
No,
gonna
we
see
should beat the
broken
shit out of
door.
him. Look, I know leaving is like the good idea, but we should totally just follow him in there and beat the shit out of him. Hear me out. He's gonna know something's wrong. He's gonna have time to go prepare whatever ritual or magic or whatever to, somebody's snooping around. Alternatively, we follow him in there and just quickly beat the absolute shit out of him, and then we can go from there.
Amber is all for stabbing things. You are her conscience.
This is Marvin. Like he basically like explains this thought process to you. He's not insisting that we do this, but this is kind of what Marvin wants to do.
Marvin might have a good idea there.
I will stab him. He had people touching me. He's a bad priest.
How loudly are you talking? I'm just wondering.
I'm not shouting like let's go beat the shit out of the priest. I'm like,
No,
after
I'm just
the
making sure.
service, maybe we stepped outside or something. We're standing in a circle.
Okay, perfect.
Just-
Anna was just speaking quite vociferously there.
My thought process is that if we get the jump on him before he has time to prepare, I'm absolutely 100% certain that he is involved or at least possessed by the being that is controlling this town.
Oh, Mother Mary, protect us.
And don't let him touch Amber.
Let's
Yeah.
go.
The only problem I see with this plan is if they know that we attacked, like this is a hive mind for real. So if we start attacking people, that might cause an issue. But I still think that it might be worth it that we could just secure the church and the passage in.
We should try to have most of us go in and talk to him. The two that he has not seen can sneak up and attack him from behind. We'll have us go. You take me in there so that I can receive a blessing for my health.
See, okay, I know I suggested this, but now I'm thinking like they are a hive mind of some sort. There is some kind of being that's possessing them and controlling them. If we do jump him and they are aware of it, then we're going to be surrounded in a church by people. And our only passage from there would be down into the sewers then.
Yeah. The catacombs.
Maybe we should see the warehouse first before we do this.
Nope. Amber wants to go and stab someone now.
I'm torn, but I stand by both decisions. What do you guys want to do?
Thomas, you want to make the call?
Let's kick his ass.
Yeah, let's kick his ass. We decide that it's not just like a frivolous thing. We are deciding that he's going to know that we broke the door. We're the most suspicious people, and he is going to be able to prepare something or get some kind of ritual going or some kind of attack against us. If we just go in now and subdue him, there's a chance that this could work out, and we don't have to deal with him later.
Or they'll send a fourth team, either way.
No, I'm actually half expecting the entire church to activate like zombies and start hoarding at us,
Yeah,
So that could be a possible outcome of this if we do this.
That's fine.
So let's risk it. I think it's worth it.
Amber always
On
thought
the-
she was going to die in a church. So the day she
Okay.
goes into a church, it makes sense that she would die.
Okay.
On the
So-
way in, I'll take about 4 pews up or so, step over and slide the book in next to the hymns,
Why?
Okay. Gotcha.
and then follow on.
As you guys walk into the church, you guys can see that there are still people kind of in and about. Um, you see a couple people are standing near the door, and they're not standing on guard, but they're standing stock still. They're not talking to each other, and they're blocking access to the door. The priest is nowhere to be seen.
We took too long.
we just left.
Oh, I see. Yes, this is more or less what I
This is
expected.
bad.
Well, shall we go take a stroll then? I don't
Yeah, I
think
think
Amber,
we
you
need to
want to
go
be
to
seen
some-
by the doctor anymore. Let me check your temperature. And
He jokingly puts a hand on your forehead.
yep, you're fine. Let's carry on.
Amber's going to be like, but I had to talk to people.
Yes, and they even touched you.
And you don't think that's right. I need a shower.
I don't expect you'll get a shower here.
Not the
Okay.
one you want.
So
On the
are
way
you-
out, book up.
go ahead. Sorry.
Amber's going to ask the people to move.
The people glance at her with dead eyes.
No.
They seem to snap out of something, and then one of them kind of begins chattering at you in Lithuanian.
Marvin,
the other one-
Sorry, Marvin goes and grabs her.
I don't think they're willing to move at this time, Amber. Let's
That
leave.
is very sad. Okay.
I'll just pull her away.
That's
As you
very
grab on-
easy to do.
As you grab onto Amber's arm and begin pulling her, do you guys leave the church?
Yes,
Mhm.
please.
Okay.
I'll
Oh,
grab my book and take it.
As you guys head outside of the church and you head out back into the streets, you immediately get a sense that you might be getting watched now.
Yeah.
There are people who are side-eyeing you. There are people who are generally looking at you, but you guys are all very observant people, and you're now extremely paranoid. Once you pass beyond a certain, let's say, radius of the church, people stop staring. People stop looking. In fact, people don't seem to be paying attention to you at all anymore. The merriment and happiness of the town has come back. But if
can we walk back up a few steps and see if it comes back
almost like
automatically?
almost like someone flicked a switch.
Okay.
Cool. Spooky, but cool.
I hate this.
At least we're not in the sewers yet.
Yet.
So where's the
Um,
next? So where's the next destination, folks?
I think that it
believe-
would be in our best interest to keep our actions swift and try to take as few courses as possible to the conclusion of this case at this point.
Yeah. I know.
What does that mean in English?
Let's hurry up before they
Yeah.
mob and eat us and turn us into
How long-
books.
Warehouse?
Yes.
So they're only going to turn Amber into books, I think.
Oh, they'll
one
just turn me
book.
into a moose hide.
Maybe.
I do not wish to be a
So-
throw rug.
No.
As you guys
Well-
get deeper into the town, as you're walking, you're heading to the warehouse. You said.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys notice that as you're walking through the town and you get close to the village square, the village green, the church is on the north side of the town. That weird thing starts to happen again, where people start staring, heads are turning, you're being side-eyed. You're not really sure why, but as soon as you walked into the village square, it started to happen again. You pass through the village square and out the other side, and once you're about 200 to 300 feet away from the village square, people go back to being happy. People go back to having a good time. And as you guys arrive at the warehouse that was described to you, You guys are able to see there's a large kind of front rolling kind of overhead door that is currently closed. There's obvious graffiti that's been spray painted on it. There's a couple broken windows in the top. It doesn't look like it's very well repaired and taken care of. There's no one currently watching it. There's like a small man door in the side next to the tall overhead door that has a chain wrapped around it and is like obviously been extra padlocked. But beyond that, no one is really paying attention to you as you guys approach it. People are back to having a good old gay time.
Is there a side entrance that we can see?
You might be able to saddle down one of the alleyways and get into another service door. You can see one kind of blocked partially by a large dumpster, like an old school style dumpster. But beyond that, there doesn't seem to be a back door. It's just the main large man door and then the overhead rolling door.
I'll go back and push the dumpster out of the way with my +3 weird.
Yeah, no, it's no issue at all. You just kind of grab onto it and drag it across the ground, giving you guys better access, so everyone should be able to get into the side door.
Yeah, let's go this way, and I'll pop open the door and take a look around.
Okay. So when you pop in, it's almost like you're transported back to 2023. You see nothing but modern cars, all parked neatly in rows. They've been parked in such a way that you would need to remove most of the cars to get the one in the far left corner out. Models as early as 2021 to 2022, Fords, Dodges, Chevrolets, a lot of European model cars, so they're much smaller. They're all manuals, you can see. And as you walk to the door, the man door, the rolling door, all of you unmistakably see an orb vehicle.
Can we check the orb vehicle to see if it has any weapons in it?
Yes,
it does. Yeah, the orb vehicle in the back. So it doesn't look like, and as you search through it, you quickly determine that this is Bosram's vehicle. This is no Justice Bosram's vehicle. He has what I would like to call his get out of jail free card. He has one pack of C4 in the back of his trunk, as well as an assault rifle, which is 3 harm. And he has a flak vest for anyone who would like to wear it. It's one protection, and it goes under your gear.
I'll pick up the assault rifle, chamber around.
Weapon seems to be operational and in good order. No one seems to have touched it.
Is there any, like, chemicals or anything around in this area?
It reeks of gasoline, but beyond that, no.
Oh, Molotov cocktails. Amber, Marvin, does one of you want the flak jacket? Or
I'll take it. In case we get into a situation, I'll stand at the front.
So it's hidden underneath your gear, so no one can tell you're wearing body armor if you wear it.
do we have anything to make? Who would like to carry the C4?
The C4 is a 6 harm, and it's either ranged or placed.
Do
Okay,
any of
I'll
you
carry
have experience with it? Yeah, Craig, I imagine you're probably the most experienced with explosives.
I don't want to do anything with explosive because
Didn't
it'll
think
make
you did.
everything go on fire.
But
And
in this
nobody's letting me
situation,
stab people.
I think lighting things on fire is going to be the best outcome for us, Amber.
I'm gonna need a drink after this.
We're gonna need a drink. And the
Our
fire
car
has
is
to
not
be
too
off.
far from here. We may want to pick up our other equipment as well.
Yeah. Are there any bicycles in here?
There are. Yep. There's a few bicycles that have been stashed on the side. Some rusted out. Some in decent maintenance.
I'm gonna dig around the
Okay.
other cars, see what's in there, if there's anything interesting in any of the other cars or anything like that.
Sure. I'm
Local
not going to make you guys roll for this. You find various wallets. You find various personal possessions. You find travel gear. You find things that speak to these vehicles being on the road for not a significant period of time, probably all short-term travel. There's not enough luggage to warrant them on vacation for months and months. You find spoiled food in the occasional car left in the back seat, and it's awful and it reeks once you open the doors. Overall, being the detective you are, Marvin, you get the sense that this is the leftovers, more than likely, from
Yeah.
all of the people this town has claimed.
At least our car will stay behind when we're dead and gone.
Yay.
Nothing of other interest, though.
Nothing else is jumping out at you, no.
Let's take what we can here and go grab our equipment from our car. I would feel much better with a shotgun strapped to my back.
Okay. If anyone else,
Um,
sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna see if, like, what are the requirements for the big magic preparation type stuff?
Yeah. So, one of the things about big magic is that I'm much more open to big magic being, so specifically, big magic is stuff that you can't use via the use magic trait, and there's a whole bunch of things you can use magic for. You know what those are, right, Anna?
This the standard ones that I have for me are the
Exactly.
missile and the wall and the force wind.
Okay,
Right.
but use magic, besides you being able to use attacking magic, battle magic, if you go to the general moves, it says use magic, and if you bring it down under effects, you can inflict a harm, you can enchant a weapon, you can do one thing that is beyond human limitations. Oh, sorry, I had it open on your thing.
I'll paste it into chat.
Yeah, please do. And specifically, if the thing you want to do with magic is not on this list, then it becomes big magic. So
Okay.
is what you want to do on that list at all?
Um, I want to trap a specific person, monster, or minion, so I guess it's on there, but it's a big monster.
I think we have to know where the monster is to trap it.
Yeah.
I think we do know where it is. It's in the sewers.
Why don't you? Are you able to observe under the sewers to see what we're dealing with?
Oh, that would be a good one, but I don't think observe another time and place. So that
That
would be
is
another time and place.
That is 100% an option. So please go ahead and use magic for me. What does it look like when Amber casts this kind of spell?
So Amber is going to go find a place to sit. She's going to use her little ritual knife, which is also her foci,
Mhm.
and do basically gestures into the wind while muttering under her breath because she
Okay.
has to do an incantation. So she looks a little bit slightly insane,
Okay.
which
Um,
is so
So
abnormal. for her.
normal.
The knife halfway through Amber chanting begins to trail sparks and light in the air. Whew, that's real good. So you rolled on a 10 plus, the magic works without issues. So you are trying to observe inside the sewers?
Yep. I'm
Okay.
trying to find if there's a way in, like, basically through the sewers, and if I'm seeing the
Yeah.
monster in there.
Seeing as I kind of actually, do I want to let Anna describe this to everyone? No, just for the sake of it not being muddled.
Sorry.
As your vision shifts and you feel yourself being pulled downwards, you get a vision. It's incredibly dark down here, so you're not seeing much. As you look around, the stone and the concrete that you expect is not present. Instead, you see what looks like white flesh. You can see that the walls themselves are undulating, like lungs breathing in and out. You can see that they glisten. And whatever passage you're in right now is coated, the floors, the walls, ceiling, in this flesh. And as you look at the walls, you, for a moment, aren't sure what you're looking at. It looks like, is that a face? Is that more than one? And as your vision casts around, you can see the screaming, pained-visaged faces of people you've seen walking around this town that are stitched into the flesh.
Am I seeing their souls, basically?
You're not sure, but you've seen some of these faces walking around the town. You don't recognize all of them, but you've seen some of them. And with that amazing magic roll, Amber, you're looking directly into the pained expression of the deacon who was walking across the church grounds heading towards the office.
Can I talk to them at all?
No, you are observing another place, So
Okay.
as you are observing and you are attempting to, like, as you attempt to push beyond, the magic sucks you back into into the warehouse, and the light sparks that have been like just sparking off around Amber's head fade, and her eyes open again.
So Amber is going to turn to them, explain that, and say that she thinks that all of the people's souls are trapped by that thing, and we need to cut them open and release them.
Yes, sounds like they were demonically fused. Perhaps there's a malevolent force guiding them at this point.
Well, he's controlling them, certainly. He's using
But
aspects of them. And he can only do a few at a time, I expect.
is there some way we can release them?
Uh,
I imagine the C4 that we just found will probably come in handy with that. You said that there was like a hallway coated with their skin?
it's the
Apparently,
creature.
I
Demon.
imagine that there's a core, maybe down in the sewers, that if we deal with it, could resolve the issue, banish whatever's here. Seems to have taken root underground and is projecting itself to the surface.
Hmm.
Is there
Seems to have an
anything?
almost animalistic intelligence. We
It's smarter than that.
seem to be a threat, and then it marks us, keeps an eye on us. As long as we're not near the points that it's afraid of, it doesn't mind our presence, it seems.
I don't think we've gotten close to a point yet, otherwise it would attack us.
Dangerously close.
Probably, yes. Every area it's watching.
so
I think
every
we'll-
area that it's watching is a spot where we need to stick something in. Can we check if it's watches each of us individually if we're split up? Our cell phones
We
don't
are
work,
not splitting
right?
up. Sorry, Amber.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no.
No, thank
That's not going to happen.
Amber, that's not, no.
But I think something that we could take away from this is that these townsfolk are not actually living, are not real.
No.
So in the event
No.
that we do need to defend ourselves, we do not need to hold ourselves back.
No.
So we also can't turn them to have them help us.
Not
Probably
in my
not.
ability, no.
Unless somehow they're not stitched into this thing. But given look at all the cars, this has been going on for a long time.
Right. The
How?
passerbys drive into the town, their car breaks down, they spend some time here, and then I imagine they get added to the stitching in the sewers.
Mm-hmm.
We could portal to the specific creature, correct?
You could attempt to.
Do you guys want to
Oh.
try to portal there and drop the C4 in the middle of the creature and then portal out?
No, there's issues with that. One, if we don't have the
Yeah.
layout of the land, we won't know how to exit. And being stuck under
Yeah.
there while C4 is ticking down is not going to work for us.
And we don't know if the demon is even susceptible.
Right.
Demons
We
are-
should find an
Demons
entrance
are
route.
vulnerable. Yeah. They're vulnerable to different things.
Okay.
Is there any chance I would know what this demon might be vulnerable to? Since we got his name?
At this point, with Sheb-Hagorath, most demons are weak to what the average individual would be weak to when it comes to the materializing on your plane. So, like a big enough explosion would definitely do damage to one, but you're specifically looking for magically imbued weaponry or silver weaponry.
Silver.
So would my ritual knife thing?
Your ritual knife would 100% work.
If we happen
I
to bring silver bullets.
I should have brought silver bullets.
I can try for an airdrop of supplies.
I think it's time for a Craig special.
Airdrop of silver items.
Silver swords, silver spears, bullets.
Silver and magic. Shall we go
Oh.
back out to where the car is and have it dropped near there? Or
Yes,
actually,
let's
they
head
could...
to the edge of the dome and retrieve our equipment from the car.
Yeah,
Assuming
that's
it
a
hasn't
good
been
idea.
stolen already. Craig, you did
Oh,
remember
Craig.
to. I mean, Thomas, you did remember to log it.
Yeah, I locked it. Well, it doesn't look like they were taking stuff out of these cars, just the people.
Right.
They're
So
mindless.
as you
Craig,
guys, sorry,
when
go
you
ahead.
do when you get a supply drop, make sure they send walkie-talkies that were built in the 1990s, like 92.
Also, some vision equipment, torches, things like that.
He means flashlights, Amber.
Okay.
Things that'll
Amber
work in
was
this time period.
So as you guys head out of town, you don't head back through the village square, and you guys aren't being paid attention to that much by the people anymore. The similar feeling you got before of unnaturally happy people going about kind of washes over you. The falsity and the fakeness of it is now apparent. There's like a miss to each step. They're not exactly in time with each other, and it's obvious now that you know that there is something truly, truly wrong with this place. As you are walking down the forest road, and you pass by some of those trails that I mentioned before, you look and you see people who were in the fields are now doing what they were doing in town. You are being watched like a hawk. You pass along the road, and as soon as you clear that forested area at the beginning of the road heading into town, all the people in the fields and on the farm stop paying attention.
Can
And
we start a map of putting X's wherever the people are watching us?
how would I do that?
He means
Like in
a list of
character,
places
probably.
should
Oh,
be
okay,
fine.
sure, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
list of places is fine.
Okay, I'll see if I can. So for now, you guys can tell that the church seems to be one of the areas. A building in the village square is what you would presume, based on when you walked through them all looking at you. And then apparently there's more than likely some sort of building or structure in the forests. That would be your educated guess based on how they've been reacting to you up to this point. It's only when you come within range of a specific area of town, and the only thing above ground that are visible in town are the buildings. So
Okay, and while they're making the call for supplies,
I did want to interrupt for just one moment. You guys catch a group of villagers dragging your vehicle down the road. They have picked it up by the front, and they are dragging it because the back wheels actually let it roll because it's a front wheel brake. So it's a front wheel.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just walk past them.
Lithuanians,
Okay.
I swear.
Yeah. I swear you can't park anywhere. Let them keep dragging it.
Yeah, and they pass.
Up,
and they pass by you guys.
Yeah,
Can we open the trunk while they're walking?
While they're hauling it and start handing out equipment.
Yeah, we're just walking behind, grabbing our stuff from the car. Like we know where they're taking it. We're not gonna wait for it.
I will go ahead and say for how cool I think this scene will look. They get it just beyond the barrier of the forest, and as you're handing out the last weapon, as a group, they drop the front of the car and they turn towards you with menace on their faces, and they begin moving towards you, pulling out weaponry.
Sure, they have menace on their faces, but I'm an angry moose with a shotgun, so let's do this.
Okay, so who wants?
I have
so
been waiting for this since we started.
There is no order to combat. Tell me who goes first. So you have these angry Lithuanian dead-eyed villagers now advancing on you with like cudgels and knives they pulled out of belts. Just as you got within whatever range is in the forest, they are now attacking you. So,
nope, I want to
first?
be first. I want to walk forward as close as I possibly can to one of them, like basically just point blank, and shotgun them in the chest. I'll get right in the midst of their group.
Okay, so that sounds like kick some ass. So go ahead and roll a kick some ass roll for me, please.
Yes, sir. I'm going to kick some ass with my weird
Yeah, that's what you do for your
Oh,
ability.
it feels good.
All right, let's get a. Okay.
Oh.
So what I will say is you spin the shotgun and blow away one of them who's coming close. You guys all watch that Marvin actually takes off a section of this thing's side, but instead of shooting what you would assume to be a human body, the pieces that break off immediately turn into that nasty looking white flesh and fall in chunks to the ground. You can see the opening. It's like a shark bit out of his side. It's just like white in the interior. It's that white bulbous flesh. There's no organs. There's no blood. He's not bleeding at all. In the process of getting shot with the mixed success, Marvin, he gets his arms over the shotgun, and now Marvin and him are wrestling over the shotgun as he's falling towards the ground. What are the three of you doing?
Shoot
I will
whatever.
shoot one. I will shoot one of the others.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and say that Faust did say he charged in, so if you don't roll well, you have a chance of shooting Marvin. Just letting you guys know.
Do it. I don't care.
Hey, yeah, I would say, hang on, Marvin. Be careful.
Yeah, do it. I don't give a shit.
Okay, go for it. Kick some ass, please.
I do.
Oh, there we go. So with a 12 plus, it just works. You don't take any harm or any. They force you where you want. So you watch one as he's like swinging the cudgel down towards the back of Marvin's head. The entire back of his head just explodes out, and he falls to the ground in a heavy thud. You can see that he's still twitching, but without the functional head, essentially, they do seem to go down to at least something. You would have presumed that Marvin blowing out a guy's side would have killed him, but it doesn't seem shooting for the torso did as much. So one of them drops. Thomas, you were doing something?
Insert witty comment here.
Uh,
No.
there's what, one left, right?
There's two left.
Two left. Oh, great. He's grappling one, or fighting with
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, one is actively grappling with Faust, and if you want to shoot at him, I am 100% saying if you miss, you are hitting.
Yeah,
you are
no,
hitting Marvin.
I'll shoot the other one.
Okay.
And step in and do whatever I need to do there. That is kick-ass. Tough default. Oh, that's interesting. Ugh.
That's a miss. Mark experience. Amber, do you want to try to help him in this moment, or does this just happen and you're going to do something else for your turn?
She's gonna try to help him.
Okay, so
she
please
yeah.
Make
an
a
actual
help out
roll.
action. But it's the help out action, but it sounds like you're trying to ask to use magic to help out.
Yes, I am.
Okay, so I'll allow that for this one roll. So use weird instead of cool.
She's gonna try to
Ooh.
stabilize his thing,
His aim.
his aim.
Ooh, up to a 7. Okay. So what I am going to say is the other one is able to bring down like a sickle into Marvin's shoulder before you blow, before the from the assault rifle just like takes off the entire lower jaw and the front of the face. The guy falls back, hitting the ground hard, but Marvin, you kind of glance back in pain and see like a Soviet-style sickle sticking out of your shoulder. You take 1 harm.
What about the armor that I'm wearing?
That would reduce it, so then it goes down to 0. Yeah, please always remind me if you're wearing armor. That will reduce harm.
Yeah, that's why. Okay, so
Good.
it gets stuck in the armor I just put on.
Yeah, so it's like you guys can see the sickle. The sickle is like jammed into the corner of Marvin's like shoulder armor, and he's like having a bit of trouble moving that arm now while he's actively wrestling with the other guy. Marvin, you can see the guy you're wrestling with is trying to point the barrel towards you, and the hand is like scrabbling at the trigger.
Unfortunately for you, I have more than hands.
And I'm gonna gouge him with my antlers.
Yeah, that sounds like a kick some ass.
Yeah, it'll be my base claws with 2 harm, but I have ignore armor.
Okay.
And
That's good.
I will roll weird.
Ooh, yeah. So with that, I think with kick ass, is it 12 plus or is it 10 plus? So you can choose an extra effect. You either take 1 forward or give 1 forward to another hunter. You can inflict an additional harm. You can suffer 1 less harm, which won't matter on this one, or you can force them where you want them.
If I take 1 forward, can I apply that to other roles besides kick-ass?
Yes, that's a forward is for anything.
Oh,
All right, I'll
do I?
take my forward.
Okay, so with your 2 harm, he's already injured from the earlier attack. You do something quite similar where you slash across the face. Yes, you would, Todd. You would. Sorry, I forgot. As the slash kind of comes up across the throat, you guys can see where blood should be like squirting forth. The neck just like falls forward as it can no longer support the head, and he falls limp into your arms, Marvin. As the 3 figures just kind of drop to the ground, you're all. It was a very quick burst of activity and energy, maybe 18, 20 seconds at most, and you guys are all brought back to like a heavy breathing, kind of looking down at your vehicle and at the bodies that are lying kind of on the ground.
I have to tell you, I take everything back. This may become one of my favorite missions of all time.
You just want to kill them all, don't you?
Well, it's
It's
therapeutic. They're already dead, so there's no harm in it.
And it has the advantage of being a simple solution.
Yes, this is actually. I mean, realistically, if we have no other options, we could just murder every single person in this town. However, to be practical, we should probably find the source of the incursion. Craig, perhaps we should call your friends.
I am on it. To be clear, this is what I'm planning to. I'm asking for 1990s walkie-talkies, flashlights and cold lights, like for caving.
Yep.
Silver and enchanted ammo and swords and whatnot.
Yeah, I specifically request a huge sword made of silver.
And one huge silver enchanted sword.
I can't remember. I'm going to look at your sheet really quickly, but Todd, could you tell me that move that you have, because it's one of your abilities, right? It's not like, do you roll for this or?
Yes, I will paste it into chat.
Yeah, I can see it now. Yeah. If you would please roll sharp then.
And I will roll sharp, and I'm going to use my forward. This seems like a good time to do it.
Absolutely. You can always choose to, and you have to, like, normally you select your forward at the beginning, but because we are new to this game, I'm letting you add it on at the end just because I don't want to be mean and shitty, you know?
Okay, so I can roll and then decide whether or not to use it?
Yeah, for this first game, I'm letting that happen, but if we continue to play this game more and more for one-shots, I'm going to expect that we'll have learned that rule at some point, and people have to remember to use their forward when they choose to roll. Boom! That you've got the perfect forward one, yeah. So instead of you guys just getting 1 or 2 of the things, you guys have 2 large crates that are dropped by parachute towards not the forest, but the area you entered into. You specifically request it further back so they don't see a potential airdrop like from the military. But 2 large piloted vehicles, planes go by overhead, and you just have to smile to yourself, Craig, as your contacts come through once again.
Oh my
You guys are able to be fine. It is like 3 crates full of what you guys would be looking for.
Yeah, this is great. Let's fucking do it. I grab my huge sword, and I'll fill up my shotgun with silver ammo. I'm happy. I'm a happy moose.
Amber's gonna get a walkie-talkie and be slightly confused at the static sound, and then she's going to grab the flashlights and be happy that they do not cause fire.
Yeah, I'll take a light as well.
Okay. So for the purpose of this, because because Craig was able to call in and hit a 10 plus, I'm not adding on effective ammo restrictions for weaponry. You guys have silver guns until you're dead. So you guys have silver bullets until you're effectively killed.
Until or if?
If we'll see.
We'll see.
I trust you guys to survive this because this party's pretty strong. But
this is exactly how I want to die. So let's do this.
This could get nasty. You'll see.
Fuck yeah. Let's go. Actually, go ham. I'm actually really excited for this.
I have a question for you guys. When you guys said you're going for areas, so does that mean you're going to try to find the building in the forest? You're going to try to locate the building in the main area, or as Faust just put in the chat, are you guys going to go burn down that church?
Let's hit the forest first, guys.
Well,
The
Yeah,
church
let's
and the
do-
town hall are
here's
close
the
to each
thing.
other.
Every place we go, we're probably going to be fighting. So
Yeah.
we need to pick a spot. We know for sure that the church has a way down. Let's not
But we
spend too
also
long in
know-
the forest.
Okay, but we also know inside town, though, there's several hundred people. There might be fewer people in the forest.
Or
That's not an issue for me, but yeah, let's go to the forest.
So if we like eliminate one at each place,
maybe.
would that make it weaker? Is
You
there a
We're
way that I
hoping.
can ask that?
We don't even
yeah,
know
go,
if it's decentralized.
Go ahead and roll an investigate a mystery for me, please. Seven. Okay.
Can I give her my forward? Would that
No,
make
it
it
would
a
only-
full success? No.
No, it would only bring it up to an 8. Okay, so with the success, you get to ask one question from the investigate a mystery list. So
Why don't our cars work?
Hey,
That's
it's
not on
your-
there. What can hurt it?
We already know
You-
that.
Silver
Okay.
and fire, I think.
you also know what it can
Where
do
did it
already,
go?
technically.
Or
Where did it?
yeah,
Where
where
did
did
it go?
where did it
I
go?
thought you knew where it was from your looking.
She saw underneath to where you presume it is, at least what a part of it, maybe a part of it you don't know, is located in the city. But
But there's
I-
been 3 places. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
yeah. So where did
Oh.
it go? As you are walking through the forest, or at least the forested areas, you're not into the forest yet. You're just walking along the path after having gathered your gear back, heading roughly back towards the town. You have a moment of clarity as you're flipping through your logs and your notes, Amber, and the original team, the original ritual took place at a lumber mill.
Okay. So I think it's going to be centered at the lumber mill, is what I'm going to suggest to everyone that we're with.
Hmm.
So
Amber-
either it's centered or a part of it is at the lumber mill. You guys have yet to determine if this thing is decentralized or like truly how far does it extend. You don't know yet. You haven't actually gone underground yet. So
Hmm.
We have some holds for read a bad situation. Shall we use those for a what's my best way in and what's my best way out question?
Sure.
GM, would you mind? Well, we already kind of walked away, but I would like to at some point roll to see if we could maybe get a car working, like pick pieces out of other cars and see if we can get something working, figure out what's wrong with it, just to see.
I don't-
Yeah, I would definitely allow that. But the place that I'm going to say that is going to be possible will be back at the warehouse.
Right. So I just want to mention that I'd like to stop back there before we head into town, unless we find a tunnel here.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
Shall we use some of our holds for a what's my best way in and what's my best way out?
Maybe we should just look around first. I don't want to spend. Well, you guys can. I'm not gonna spend my hold until I need it.
I want to hold on to my one hold until I have another. You have 2, so I guess you could spend 1.
Yeah, good idea, Craig.
Sure. What's my best way in?
Okay. So your best way in to the underground is through the access in the center of town. The reason being is that despite the sheer number of people, you are the least exposed when you are approaching the building. You don't know what the building is yet, but you would be able to approach said building while being the least exposed. So it'd be the easiest to sneak in at this point, as you are
Sneak
very
in.
much. I'm assuming you're trying to sneak in. I don't know if
Sneak
you are,
in.
but not trying to be
Moose may
making
not,
assumptions. there.
Marvin may not be, but that was my intention.
That's the
So,
complete
yeah.
opposite of my
Safest.
plan.
That is the best way to get in underground. But in general, the best way right now would be to head towards the lumber mill, as it's the closest, and you're likely, as was said, to run into probably the least number of people.
At the lumber mill?
More than likely, as it is technically outside of the town's boundaries. And that doesn't mean you're not going to run into anybody, folks. But there's not hundreds of people walking around the town at any one time.
if we manage to get that orb vehicle up, we could simply ram it into the center of town. And honestly, that sounds like fun to me.
Marvin has a bloodlust, you've noticed at
Well,
this point.
If we go to the lumber mill, we can, and Marvin will like this part, so to speak, kill two birds with one stone.
Oh, I don't enjoy harming animals. I enjoy
You
harming
kill
zombies.
demons with one silver spike.
Okay, that works. Very well. Let us go and see the lumber mill. Although if this does not work out, I still think we should head back and see if we get that car working, because driving that vehicle through a horde of zombies is honestly one of my dreams. So just hold on to that thought. Keep it in our minds.
I'm willing to go along with going to the lumber. No, okay, wait. The warehouse is where the
The warehouse is located inside town, so you guys will have to make your way either through the mobs or back. I'm not saying that the town's going to attack you guys on sight as of yet. You don't know. You guys have to go back to see what would happen. But
I'm
the
assuming
warehouse
they
is
will.
located inside the town.
Okay, let's go to the lumber mill. I'll hold
Okay.
off on my dreams.
we can
As you guys-
hopefully we'll give you a chance.
Yeah.
As you guys push your way down along the forest paths, you stumble out onto what is obviously a country road. Deep treads in the road indicate that there's probably a some sort of large vehicle that moves lumber back and forth, maybe a semi-truck, you're not sure. No, it's a +1 to your next chosen roll.
Okay.
So you, as you guys get further and further down, you can see the old building kind of rising out of the forest and the forest clearing where it's located. It's a taller looking mill, and it's fairly standard for a modern looking lumber mill. You've got your access points to bring in your actual, hang on a second. It's been a while since I've literally described a lumber mill. Hang on. You guys can see the access ways for the logs to come in. There are logs stacked heavily in large piles and just kind of separated out around a yard where the clearing is. You can see two large, what looks to be like gas or diesel tractors that are on the side. You'd guess they use those to be able to move things around. The tractors are enclosed and they have like their own enclosed box. And one of them, there's a bit of farm equipment that just seems to be left nearby. Things meant for the fields, but obviously just left here for storage. You can see about 4 or 5 different individuals kind of walking lazy circuits around the lumber mill. They don't appear to be armed, but they are walking in what kind of gives them away as it's a guard pattern. They're not really looking, but they're still walking and they're still moving around.
Hey, GM.
There's a
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
There's a staircase heading up the side of the building that looks to go into the offices or the interior, and beyond that, there's a few trucks, like small 5-ton trucks, that you would guess could be used to transport lumber as well.
Are any of those functioning? Because it sounded like for a second that one of them was functioning.
You can go and check one of the vehicles. You're not close enough yet to see if it's moving around. Like it's not being driven. It's just like parked. They're all
Okay.
parked and stable and stationary.
Okay. They're
You guys
big.
want to? They are very
GM,
big.
Could I have unholy strength. I just want to ask you, could I possibly dual wield a huge sword and shotgun?
Yeah. I'd allow that.
Sweet. Okay, I just wanted to be sure.
Yeah.
I'm not making many efforts to conceal that I am holding these weapons. Like my right hand has the sword and my left hand has the shotgun. Just walking
Gotcha.
along, and Marvin he's happy. He's in his element. Marvin
Okay.
likes to work alone for this very reason, because most of you probably see this. Like, this is a pissed off, murderous moose man who probably needs to be put down.
Amber
Gotcha.
thinks that he is still the best conscience, and if he thinks we should slaughter everyone, she thinks we should slaughter everyone.
He does think we should slaughter everyone.
Okay,
Yes.
so as you guys are getting closer and closer to the lumber mill, you see the people almost as if you pass a barrier. The heads turn, and they begin to lope, and then they begin to run. and they are all coming in your direction. So we're
How
going to get
many
back
are
to.
there?
There's about 5 or 6 that are closing in on you guys from a distance.
Let us take them down at a distance.
Or
All
let us
right.
take them down at a distance. Form a line. Any that get close, I will deal with them.
And Mooseman steps forward a few steps to be the first one that intercepts the oncomers.
And okay.
Anna, do you want to?
Oh,
do you
Amber's
want to
gonna
add to
be
that?
prepping a spell to also fire as soon as he's ready.
Okay.
So
So you can see one is like running pretty low to the ground and then like pops up and is like almost like leaping up into the air and like scratching towards Marvin your head and your antlers, just completely not caring about its own safety. It's in a full feral rage, essentially, animalistic, like you said before, and they are fully on the attack. So who wants to do something? I'm assuming Marvin, you're responding.
Marvin's gonna get in there.
Kick some ass, buddy.
The one that's leaping at me, I'm gonna pull out my shotgun and blast him out of the air.
Nice. That's additional effect, so you can choose to do additional harm. Take one less harm for the kick some ass trade, which I don't think you take any because. Hang on a second.
Yeah, we're at range,
So
right?
you're just partially enough at range with the shotgun, you said. So I probably wouldn't say that you would be trading harm here because of the narrative.
All right, I'll add a harm to make sure I drop him. It's 4 harm. Close
Yeah,
methy.
you put a basketball sized hole in him. He staggers back, almost like hit by the force of the shotgun blast, and then stumbles towards the ground and topples over.
Yeah, I like to
one
picture
of
him
them-
just like running through the field, hopping side by side, and then he leaps up in the air. Marvin just waits for it and shoots him out of the sky. He drops down.
No, yeah, exactly. The others stream past you to the left and the right, running directly for your companions. What are the rest of you guys doing?
Shoot.
Amber's readying a force missile.
Force missile. Okay, so we'll say Amber goes off first, and then Thomas spoke next, so Thomas can go after them. So go ahead and use magic for you,
Okay.
Amber.
Would I be able to use the practitioner for this one because it's the one that on the mark user effects? So I should be using that one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
My God,
Holy shit, guys! Just fucking absolutely killing it.
dude, we are in it.
Yeah, absolutely killing it. Loving it. All right, so the force missile takes the one completely off of its chest as it's coming towards you, and unlike the shotgun blast that mostly just like cause the individual to like fall and like in midair get kind of knocked to the side and hit the ground, this guy flies back like a solid 10 feet, and when he lands, he's missing a head.
That's how you decapitate someone.
Thomas, you're up.
Amber.
Excellent work, Amber.
What?
Thomas, are you firing?
Yeah.
Figured as much. And again, if you ever choose like you guys don't want to do harm to something, if you want to like blow their legs out, trying to like stop them from running at you to try to question someone or something like that, it's act under pressure for that. So if you're doing the exchange of harm in this game, it's always kick some ass. Just making sure people know.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right, roll for
So-
me, buddy.
I did.
He did. He got 3.
Oh
Three.
dear. Okay, so as the weapon fires off, this thing is faster than you expect, and the bullet passes through one of its arms, going through the lower meat, seeming to not do much damage. The other bullets from the spray just entirely miss. And oh, there it is. That's weird. I don't know why I did that. Entirely miss, and it leaps onto you and drops you to the ground, tearing at your flesh. You take 1 harm. The last person who can act here is Craig, but technically, because combat is fluid in this, anyone can be acting at any time for the narrative. But right now, Craig, you have one of the 6 bearing down at you in like a full sprint, almost feral on like 4 feet, just like coming at you across the forest at 4.
Shoot it with the rifle, of course.
Go for it.
Absolutely, obviously.
Oh, and then mark some experience, Thomas, please. Nice. Okay, so you additionally get the bonus to kick some ass. So please tell me what bonus you get. Are you adding harm? Are you reducing harm? Or you're firing at someone from a distance, so I'm not going to be inflicting real harm on you, unless you were outright failing, like Thomas did, unfortunately.
Thomas, do you have a forward?
No, do not.
I will give Thomas a +1 forward.
Okay, so for all future rolls, you have a +1 to use, in case you need it, Thomas. So the shot. How much does your rifle? How much damage does your rifle do?
Oh, it is 3 harm AP.
Okay, that is enough. This rifle shot rings out, and you put a shot directly through the eye of this one. He's like kind of in mid, kind of like stride, and drops to the ground like a sack of bricks. 2 more are sprinting towards the party. One is about to leap towards Thomas on the ground, and the other is jumping towards Marvin, who is at the front.
Okay. Can I turn and shoot the one that's attacking Thomas?
Yes, but there is a risk of hitting Thomas.
Thomas,
You
you want to
could
get eaten
walk
or
over.
shot?
Well,
I could
Amber
walk
and
over.
I both have.
Can I put up a wall protecting Thomas?
Hell yeah, that's definitely something you can do. Again, it's there's no turn order. I just suggested people. So yeah, do you want to use magic to try to protect Thomas here?
Hey, could I, before you do that, could I swing at him, and then if I miss, you could do that, or can only one of us act before the monster attacks?
The wall is for the charging one, not the one that's on him.
Oh,
Yeah,
there's 2 attacking him? I got you.
Yeah, there's one charging towards him, one on top of him, and then one running towards you, Marvin. So
Alright, I'm going to swing at the one that's on top of Thomas.
okay, so you kind of stride forward with your sword, kind of trying to keep the sword high. You're a pretty good melee specialist, so unless you really fail this attack, you're not going to hurt Thomas.
Don't really fail.
Hey, I got an 8.
An 8. Okay. You swing and slice the creature's head off, which falls onto Thomas, but the one that was heading for Thomas then barrels into your side, and you take 2 harm from the direct hit. You can feel its fingers are now like extended out into like sharpened claws that are digging in like towards your kidneys as it's like ripping and tearing towards you. So your armor reduces that to 1 harm, I believe.
Get off of me!
There is still the other one that then you all watch leaps up and onto Marvin's shoulders and begins to restrict. Except
that I was putting up a wall for him. Remember?
Perfect. I love that. Yeah. Interrupt me, please. So as it's jumping through the air, trying to grab onto the horns, you see Amber spin and tracing lines in the air once again, I presume. Go ahead and use magic.
She's tracing lines in the air with her little tiny knife and muttering under her breath in some unintelligible thing. This would be once again the practitioner thing, I believe.
Yes.
She's using force. Oh, mixed success. She's trying to
mixed
put
success.
up a wall.
So what I will go ahead and say is, unfortunately for Marvin, the wall appears just as its claw-like arms latch onto the shoulder, so you're able to burst it away from Marvin, but it digs the claws in, doing 2 more harm reduced to 1. So you take 1 more harm there, Marvin.
Okay.
So as he's flattened and shot away, he lands on his back, and you see him like kick up and then push himself up to the ground, and then beginning running back in the direction of the party. This time the lope is heading right for you, Amber, as you just cast that spell. Who wants to do something?
I'll shoot him.
Hell yeah.
Shoot him.
So, Thomas, as you push yourselves up onto the ground, you reach for your assault rifle and just pop it up to the shoulder and start laying into him. Go ahead and make a kick some ass roll, it sounds like.
And there it is. And I'll go ahead and use that forward. Really?
Is that another
Ow.
3?
With the forward.
All of the attacks miss, and Amber, you are taken to the ground, and it begins clawing at your face. You take 2 harm from the effect.
I take 2 harm?
Yes,
Okay.
you do, because it was not running at Thomas. Thomas was trying to stop it from jumping onto you, and he missed the entire salvo, and it like took you to the ground, and is now like ripping and tearing at your face.
I will go up and whack that
Stop
thing
it.
off her with the machete.
Okay, so as you sprint up, Craig, seeing the attacks miss, you swing low, trying to get it off with the machete. Go ahead and roll kick some ass for me.
And
Nice. Okay. I will say that how much harm do you do with your machete?
2.
2. Okay, so that doesn't kill it. So you're able to knock it up and off, but as you swing the machete back, it launches into you and digs its claws into your chest, doing 2 harm for the failure for that. So what's your do you have any armor on?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so you take 2 harm from the effect as both the hands sink into your chest as you kind of back up, trying to slash away at it as it's trying to get off.
I must remember to request bloody armor next time.
Okay, so there's the one that is currently on top of Marvin. There's the one that has been knocked off of Amber on the ground. So what are people doing? They're still kind of slashing and coming at you guys.
So
Oh,
you
shoot
don't
the
talk
one on the
going to-
ground.
Amber is
One at a
going to
time,
be
one at a time.
stabbing the one that was attacking her while letting out blood-curdling screams about how it has ripped her dress.
Okay, this sounds like kick some ass. Is there? I believe that's what you're going to be rolling here.
Okay.
And you can't use weird, so just kick some ass. You're stabbing.
Which is tough. Oh my gosh.
The one
It's
on
tough,
top of my
yep.
shoulder, I just tilt the shotgun straight up and just blast up into the air right into its face. I'm gonna roll
Okay,
for
kick
that.
some ass. Yeah, please do.
Oh my god.
So.
Oh, mark experience, guys.
Oh wait, so I hit the 5 now, I guess, because I didn't count the other one. So I can
Yes.
take my point.
Yes, you
All
can.
right.
Yep. So, unfortunately, as you stab up, the attack has no effect as it's still wrestling with Craig, and Craig is trying to slash away at it as it's still digging into its chest. Marvin, you spin the shotgun up and launch a blast, but the creature was able to pull itself away and kick off of you, and now it's running along the ground towards Thomas, who's lying on the ground.
Thomas, move.
I just
gonna-
lean over with the shotgun and just shoot it as it comes in at me.
Okay, I could kick some ass.
It's gotta get good at some point.
Roll another 3.
I do. I am just done.
Just roll another 3, bro. Come on, I want to see it.
Yes, 7.
There we go. Okay, so the assault rifle does how much damage?
I was using the shotgun.
The shotgun? Okay,
3.
is that 4 or 3?
3.
Okay. So what I will say, because it was only a mixed success, it barely reaches you, Thomas, before you perforate the entire torso with shotgun shells. It is able to slash very lightly and do a single harm to you. Are you wearing any armor?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, so you take 1 harm.
We need armor, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need armor.
Armor would have been a smart thing to ask
And
for.
I'm going to machete the one that's, I presume, still on me.
Oh yeah, no, it's still wrestling and grappling with you. The other one is now lying on the ground a few feet from Thomas.
So, kick some ass.
Yep, kick some ass.
Oh.
Hang on, don't have it open. Okay, yeah. So with another one, what I'm going to go ahead and say is that the failure for this one, for the mixed success, is as you kill this last one, you slice off the head and it falls to the ground, and you guys begin gathering yourself. You guys glance to the edge of the woods, and you see more people beginning to emerge and beginning to pick up speed and beginning to run towards you. About 3 more individuals from the village. What are you guys doing?
Rifle.
Only 3. Yeah, let's shoot the fuck out of them.
Okay,
I'll step forward to again try to intercept, even though that kind of failed last time.
go for it. Roll kick some ass, I assume. Anyone else joining in on the salvo?
Rifle.
Okay.
Amber is going to attempt to send missiles at them.
Okay.
For
Roll use.
the
Roll
practitioner.
use magic. Yeah, roll your use magic. Do you want to use one of your holds there, Craig?
I have a forward still that I'm going to use if that's okay.
Yeah. You can
Sure.
go ahead and use that. Sweet. So 2 full successes and a no success. So that's 3. How much damage does your missile do again, Amber?
It's wimpy. It's basically one.
Okay,
Mhm.
so of the 3 that are sprinting along, 2 of them get dropped immediately by shots, and the magic missile, you can see that it like dislocates the shoulder of one of them, but it's still running forward at that kind of rough pace.
Now's your chance, Thomas.
Oh, yay.
Redemption. Redemption.
Redemption. Yeah, let's kick some ass and try. All we can do is try.
The other the other thing, brutal. Mark some
Fail.
experience. Yeah. It gets close up to folks here, and because I don't actually want to continuously do this, I'm just gonna go R1d4. Okay, so looking on my sheet of characters, that's Marvin. Marvin, it slashes you. The one gets close and is able to slash at you, as Thomas is only able to wing clip it with the shot, not doing enough damage, and you suffer another harm.
Okay. Is that reduced or?
That would be reduced, yeah, just to 1 because
Okay.
it got wing clipped. So you take no damage, but it's now up in your face and it's now getting in the way of you being able to just blast with your shotgun. Who is doing the next thing?
Can I cut him?
Yes, you can. Yep.
I want to cut him.
And I'm going to make a run for the trucks.
I cut him. He slashes me, and I slash him back. You say he's animalistic. I'm a moose.
And with an 8, yeah. So in his last throes of trying to slash and cut away at you, you're able to win that fight with your superior weaponry, and the claws dig into your armor, and hug away a small section of it as he falls to the ground, which is what I'm going to call the mixed success. So 1 more of those effects, Marvin, and your armor will no longer be viable. Okay?
Sure. I am at
So
the
your
very
armor's-
edge of okay.
Yeah, your armor is damaged essentially, and
fine.
you guys see as Thomas gets to his feet and runs towards one of the trucks.
Amber is gonna try
Oh,
to hit something with the missile too.
How many are
Though it's
left?
wimpy.
None are left. It's now dead. It's now
Oh,
all
it's
gone.
now dead.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, I cut it down, and then I turn back.
Amber, I feel your pain. My suit is torn.
We're gonna have to go shopping after this.
Yes,
Somewhere
it looks like your
nice.
makeup got a little scuffed as well.
Yeah, she's gonna rub her eyes and make. She's already not wearing stuff, so it's gonna end up looking like she has black shadows everywhere around her face.
As you guys are collecting yourselves, Thomas, are you still running along the clearing towards one of the trucks?
Yes. Truck,
Okay.
or whatever's closest.
One of the tractors is closest, and as you get close, and do you jump up into the seat?
Yep.
Can we-
Hop on up.
Try to do first aid for each other.
Yes, everyone can attempt a first aid, a simple first aid to reduce each other's harm by 1.
All right, so we have to roll what for that?
No, this is the simple first aid again. So because you guys all took wounds during this battle, everyone can just take a single harm off, as you guys spend
Okay.
about 5 to 10 minutes bandaging each other. But if you want to reduce more of your harm, someone's got to use magic.
Okay.
Amber is willing to use magic if someone needs to be healed.
I have 1 harm left, but I think Marvin might be worse off.
I have 2 harm, but I'm wearing the armor.
And
How
I'm
are
starting
you,
to-
Amber?
Amber has 1 harm after the first aid. So can
I don't know. You're kind of our clutch character. Maybe you should take it. Or so
Mhm.
I have 2 harm. You could use it on me, or you could heal yourself. I'm fine with either.
Is it worth the risk of hurting yourself if you fail?
Oh, is that what
Amber's-
happens?
That
Yeah.
is the risk. That's
Oh,
the
okay.
risk.
I wasn't aware
Amber
of
was
that.
gonna
No.
just gonna try to heal
Hmm.
Faust.
Okay. Okay, use some magic here.
Just regular use magic.
I don't
Yeah,
want you
it's-
to do it if you're going to hurt yourself, Amber.
Trust. Trust.
Faith.
I'll trust you this time, but if it fails, we're never doing this again.
We'll discuss it when it happens.
So is
Hey.
the truck.
Oh,
So it works with no glitch. So you heal 1 harm from an injury, or cure a disease, or neutralize a poison. So you heal
Marvin
1 more
turns
harm.
back
Faust.
into a man. Oh my god. No. I will reduce my harm.
Cool. Okay. So, jumping back to you, Thomas, as you jump in, this is a country town. The keys are in the ignition.
Of course. See if it starts.
It does.
All right. All right. Drive on over to the group.
Okay. The tractor, raised high up, moves along at a stately pace towards you guys before it comes to a stop, and you guys can look up into the face of your companion.
Is there only one tractor, or is there more than one?
There are 2 tractors, and then there is 1 5-ton truck.
Oh,
I feel
this
like we
is
should take
Christmas.
all of
Marvin?
Okay. So I suggest that we take these vehicles and drive them into the horde. Hear me out. If we get to the warehouse, we may be able to take a look at the orb vehicle. If we could commandeer that, that would be a huge asset in penetrating to the center of town.
Wow.
Alternatively, we just take these.
Well, we take these, but let's look at what's inside the lumber mill here.
Sure.
They wouldn't be defending nothing.
Yes.
Amber's
Okay.
gonna take the keys out of all of the cars since we're not physically driving them right now, so that we
Sure.
have the keys.
Good,
I was
good,
thinking
good
of
idea.
driving my tractor through the side.
Ooh, yeah, you can absolutely do that. The lumber mill's pretty old looking. The wood's probably pretty rotted.
Yep. Drive straight through.
Okay.
Go ahead. It looks safe.
So, as you drive the tractor through one of the walls, you do watch as a bit of that side of the lumber mill wall collapses inwards. The tractor gets stuck up on obviously something that's on the interior. Uh, I will fast right after this because as you break through the wall, the 2 people who were left inside are instantly crushed by the pieces of the wall that fall on top of them. And as you push in and open the door, Thomas, and begin looking into the lumber mill space, you can see that more of that surface that was described by your companion, by Amber, that fleshy white, seems to be covering the floor of the lumber mill, and you hear a distinct and very loud of a heartbeat somewhere beneath the floor.
I thought it was a monkey grunt.
I know it's hard. I'm bad. I'm much better. I'm much better at doing it in person.
No, I heard it.
That's
So
just me. Honest, that's not you. That was me.
So
Ask
you
Anna.
got. So
Yeah.
as you're popping into the area, Thomas, you hear an unmistakable the sounds of like a heart beating, and that is where we will take our break.
Wonderful. We have a heart to go destroy.
Heartbreaker.
Where's where's Edgar Allan Poe when you need him?
Drunk in an alley in
Alright.
Baltimore.
Okay. I will see. I'm gonna go take a quick break, mix a quick drink, so I'll be back at 4:10. Okay.
Okay.
Be back shortly. Gonna run the dog out.
Oh. Nice one, Chica. Did you miss the jump? Did you fall, little idiot? Yeah. Marvin Moose Man.
Hello.
Ah,
I'll roll.
Todd will be
hello,
back in a
Lothal.
second.
Is it just Daz who leveled up from the fucking
Yeah,
rough
dude, you
rolls
missed
there?
like
Or...
4 shots there.
Yes.
Amber leveled up too,
Yeah.
but
Okay,
not
so what
a
upgrade
second
did you?
time.
No, but what upgrade did Amber take when you leveled up? Just for my just so I know.
Oh, she added another weird point.
Okay.
So
I just want to make sure it's not higher. Is it 3? Yeah. So 3 is the max you can go. So it can't. I just wanted to make sure. Sweet. Yeah, it says max 3 on there. There are certain ones like I think Craig's. Craig doesn't say max on his. It might be because he's a custom sheet. So like I'm not sure.
yeah.
Again, if we play this again in the future, hey, get out. Okay, cat, you're biting my headphone cord. Get out of here.
I'm gonna take when I level up, I'm gonna take Unquenchable Vitality, so I can heal myself every time I take damage. 10 plus, I get 2
wow.
heals, or 7 through 9, I get 1, and that seems pretty good.
That's nice.
Yeah, because harm is like so freaking common. So if I was just up front tanking, and then I had armor, and then I had this, I could probably last for a really long time.
Yeah, there's a monstrous ability. There was a game that I remember hearing about where the person ended up stacking harm reduction. So unless you did at least 3 harm, you just didn't do damage to him. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, based. I want to do that.
Yeah, like he was playing a were crocodile. He was a were gator. He was a were gator in the swamps of Florida. And yeah, just like just the picture, like it was a podcast that I was listening to, and it was like hearing him describe how he just walked towards people while they were actively shooting him, and he's like, "I'm just coming. Like you're not stopping me. I'm just coming." Like,
Yeah, it's Killer Croc, man. You can't take him down with small arms. You need the big guns.
hell yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, I want that for Marvin. I want to be the tank, and it's kind of hard because like without a map or initiative, like I say I stand out in front, but it's still kind of random who gets attacked.
Yeah,
I don't know. We should find ways to funnel them or single line them up so I'm the only one taking damage.
and I'm totally I'm
we might be able
totally fine
to-
with that. Sorry, but the narrative, you guys were in a big clearing, so they were able to get around you.
Yeah, I
That's
get
why
it.
I was yeah.
maybe Amber can use the wall thing a little bit, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah,
I have to figure out that a little bit better.
absolutely.
We should just maybe like prep the fights better.
Yeah.
Pick the terrain better.
Because again, each time that you guys engage with people, I'm usually just describing them coming in to attack you. And like one of the things that I would highly recommend, and I will say this for you, Daz, because your character is so good at cool, acting under pressure during a battle can be really fucking useful. And you can do something like instead of attacking someone or trying to like stop them from like trying to hurt them, you can be like, I provide covering fire so my teammates can get into really good cover and firing positions, and then you roll act under pressure instead of trying to kick some ass. You're not going to do any damage, but you're trying to set up a position where your friends can be in a better spot on the battlefield, and if you fail that act under pressure, then I can do harm and stuff like that to you, right? So it's literally like I would always recommend. This is one of the reasons why I love these games, but also kind of don't love them in certain ways. Is that if you're not creative and you're not able to come up with stuff on the fly, this game suffers for it, and that's not the player's fault because not every player is like that. So that's one of my only issues that I have with this system is that it really does push people to be narratively creative, and if they're not, the one game I played in, I felt so bad for the dude who was playing our like frontline fighter because he was a D&D nerd and that's the only thing he knew. And man, he did not handle the combat in this system well. He did not get it. He did not understand it. He hated the fact that every time you attacked, you had the chance of being hurt back because of the kick some ass rules. So
It's fun.
yeah,
I don't really like it either.
On one hand, you don't like it, but on the other hand, it makes it. It's like the difference between Traveler and D&D.
No, I love how fast it is, and I love how like brutal and quick it is. I don't know. I prefer initiative
getting
order
hurt.
structure. Yeah, I don't know. Getting hurt every time you attack. I don't know. I don't like it.
I don't care. I don't care about it for this session, but I had a question about the ongoing +1.
Yes.
When I thought it says Ongoing means you get a +1 for every roll you make until the situation no longer applies. If you're following the advice you get from read a bad situation.
Hang on. I'm going to look into the move for a second just to make sure.
It's page 112 has the I can just paste it into chat.
Oh, okay. So the situation is the situation that you got the ongoing in. So I believe we're outside of that now, or are we not?
Well, the
I
question
was
that he
taking
asked
it
was how
as-
do we get in, and we are currently trying to get in. So until we're
Oh,
in, I think that would apply.
Yes. Yes, you are correct. The +1 will continue applying until you are in.
Yeah, because earlier I'd said the original bad situation was kind of the whole thing, and I'm like, I don't think it should apply for the entire adventure. That's
Yeah,
just
no.
silly.
Like until we
Yeah.
get into a tunnel or something, we probably have
Exactly.
+1.
So, seeing as we're all back, everyone ready to go?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so as the side of the mill goes down, and you guys hear the collapse of the wood and the rotten timbers, you all hear an awful creaking sound. And Thomas, you kind of take a step back and get out of the line of fire, as you're not sure if breaking down that wall destabilized the structure of the building itself, but after some ominous creaking, the building seems to settle, and you guys are able to walk in if you want.
I will go first.
Uh, Marvin walks in. Who is following and who's man guarding?
I'll go with him.
Okay.
Okay. I'll watch the large opening I created in the building.
As you guys walk in,
Sorry
despite
about that. I died.
the age of the mill,
Went down the wrong tube.
there are
bad.
no obvious accesses to get underground from the area that you're currently in. You pass by the two bodies of the townsfolk, unquote unquote, that were crushed by the falling wall, that are lying unmoving, and beyond the general view that you get, there's no obvious way to get underground. However, both of you are now hearing the heartbeat. Like, it's almost vibrating the floor.
So I
And
guess
suddenly I don't like this anymore.
You'll feel better once there's something you can kill.
Right you are, Craig. Let's go find that.
Okay.
So does someone want to investigate a mystery?
Sure. I can do that.
Can multiple people or just one?
Many people can do that if they like. I'm not going to restrict it. It's like D&D with perception checks. You can all do it, but after a certain point, it doesn't make narrative sense, and I'll put a stop to it.
No.
Okay. The two of you begin moving around the area, and really the only mixed success that I'll say here is that it takes you longer than you want. It's getting frustrating. Marvin, you're like literally lifting like logs and throwing them out of the
says
way,
Marvin.
trying to find something. And Craig, you're moving through the area and you're like looking underneath where he's like lifting up logs, helping each other out. And eventually you guys pop out of a small little office door in the back, and you see like a larder entrance. So there's no main spot underneath, but there's an entrance for a larder that would allow you presumably to go down to where they might store, who knows, in their cellar. But that's the only obvious underground access in the entire building.
We should have gone to the office to start with, huh, Marvin?
Oh, that was frustrating. Well, yes. I suppose it's too late.
Marvin, your voice sounds weird.
As
Sorry, I
do one of
I'm
the
just gonna
two
mute
of you
myself.
throw? Yeah. Do one of the two of you throw? Craig, do you throw open the doors to the underground?
No, I'm going to get the other people before we do that.
Damn it, man. Okay, fine.
And
I'm
this
not
might
trying
be
to
a good
sucker you into anything.
This might be
Oh,
this
It's
might
okay,
be a
Anna,
good
go on.
chance for Amber to try her wall.
Yeah, Amber was gonna come in and see if she could set up some type
Perfect.
of wall,
Yeah.
and maybe even trap whatever would come out of that, which I think is actually going to end up being more of a big magic than the regular wall, because other words, the wall only adds like 1 defense.
It does, yeah. So,
So
you create the wall, no issue, but because this is big magic and you're trying to make the wall into something else, what I'm going to go ahead and say, the requirement for the big magic here. Let's see. No, you need some rare, weird, a lot of people. Yeah, that's what I'm going to go ahead and say. So, Amber, you quickly realize that you are going to need another magical source to assist you in creating this big magic to be able to actually trap something. So, at
hey,
least one other party member who can see or use magic of some sort.
What about that magic book?
Marvin,
She
Yes?
so cannot touch that.
Marvin, can I come stab you and use some of your blood?
Uh,
Oh,
Why?
Well, I don't need your blood per se, but if you could come help me make this big magic work, that would be wonderful.
I'm not.
I'll take a
I
tiny
mean,
bit of
I
your
am a.
antler.
I am a moose, but that does not mean I'm quite a magical moose. I can attempt to give you a hand, however.
Is there anyone else here that has magic?
You are the only magic user, the full magic user in the party. Marvin is touched by magic because of his sight, but he is not technically a magic user.
So it wouldn't count for him?
No, I'm going to say it will count, but you're going to need to roll very well.
Okay. So, Marvin, please, come
Oh.
assist me.
Very well, but I'm not giving you any of my blood.
Oh, I'll just hold on to an antler.
Very well.
As you reach up and grab onto Marvin's antler, you feel the magical pulse that runs through Marvin, giving him the sight. And as you just use magic, and we're doing a big magic thing. So
Okay.
yes, and you have +1 ongoing because you guys aren't down there yet. So this is
So do I add 1 to my forward?
please do.
or-
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So, what I'm going to go ahead and say the mixed success is as as Craig throws open the door, the shield immediately forms. You guys can see the interior going down is that white, spongy, like visibly wet flesh that just seems to be breathing in and out, like flexing, like there are lungs beneath the surface of the musculature of the walls. You see unmistakably a face about 4 feet tall, 3 feet wide, extruding itself out from the wall. You see a tongue 15 feet long slam into the shield and fall to the ground. It sucks back across the ground. The face snarls. And for a moment, you guys recognize and understand this is the face of the priest. The priest, in the vision of the wall, snarls and then fades back into the wall. So the mixed success here is that it worked. You just didn't directly trap him. You grabbed like a piece of the tongue that is left over in the trap.
Can I use the piece of the tongue to try to do another spell?
Absolutely, yeah. It falls like grossly and limply to the ground. The shield is kind of wrapping around it, blocking access, and that face has like faded back into the wall and seems to have disappeared.
I'm less
Okay.
okay with this. That was disturbing.
I don't like it either, but I have some of his tongue, and I'm going to try to make it so that he cannot notice us.
That would be
Cool.
useful.
So this is another big magic. Yeah. Okay.
I know.
You are using rare and weird ingredients and supplies for this big magic, so please make another use magic for me, please.
And I am studying the tongue before she uses it.
Okay. Do you need to
So-
study it first, and then I will roll?
I've studied it. You can roll. I'll roll when you're done.
Okay.
Nani? Jesus.
Fuck. Okay, so that's an advanced success. So on basic use magic, if you get an advanced, the magic works with no issues. So you choose. So okay, as you guys are standing on the edge, you see that Amber is kind of looking at the tongue, and as disgusting as this is, she takes her hands and her hands begin to glow, and she rings the tongue into her shield, and you
Oh,
see what looks like a small little bit of whatever saliva it has on. Amber then takes it and draws a magical symbol on lightly onto her forehead.
uh,
As she walks over, she marks Marvin's antler, and she
uh,
and she marks the shoulder patch of the upper part of your pith helmet, Craig, and then
Oh,
she marks the
I'm getting a
lapel
new one.
of your beautiful suit, Thomas.
Thomas is muted.
I wonder if that's ever going to come out.
I'm not.
Amber, why?
I'm not taking any chance. I'm gonna replace it when we're done.
It should
So-
not be able to see or sense us coming. It is added stealth.
Oh,
Uh,
We
that's-
are part of it. It thinks we are one of them.
now I need a shower.
Oh,
Mm,
Let
who is
us.
And-
stepping? Yeah, who is stepping into the depths first?
Before we go, I'm gonna do an experienced
Wait.
huntsman to try and figure out stuff about this thing.
Absolutely, yeah. Please do.
We shouldn't go this way. We should leave and go back to town if we're stealthy now. We should go back to the place
True.
that he said the best entrance was.
we got trucks now. Yeah.
Oh my lord!
You can totally do that. As you guys stare at the foul-smelling depths
So
heading downwards, you begin to second guess whether or not this is the best option. Do you guys head
Okay,
towards the
so-
trucks?
I
Yeah, let's
rolled
go.
for experienced huntsman.
Yep.
And I just pasted into chat. I get to
15.
ask.
Jesus fucking, what did you roll, Tar?
2 6s and a +2 and then a +1.
I've only the highest roll I've ever seen in this game was a 16. Jesus fucking Christ, man.
So you get 2
Um,
questions, I guess.
You do.
Yes,
you do.
I get 2 questions. What is one of the monster's special powers?
So one of the monster's special powers is the face that you saw is it's movable and it will fade back into the flesh and then reappear at will throughout all of the pieces of the creature that exist within the underground of the town of Elgi. The other power that the face has that's very specific that I will give as a second one is it can eat you and then you can be transported like it to different sections of the creature's body.
No.
And what is the monster's main method of attack?
The monster's main method of attack is to psychically confuse individuals who arrive into its area initially, like you guys have been experiencing with this entire facade that it's been creating to lull people into coming into the town. And then every time that you go to sleep, it psychically drains you until you're too weak to fight back. And then it sends its people to basically bring you down to the lower area where, like a crocodile, it eats you and lives off you for years at a time. So like it slowly eats you over a couple years.
Sweet.
Cool.
Pleasant.
Okay, I don't want to go in the tunnel anymore, guys. I want to go the other way.
We
Oh,
should be able to sneak through this way, so it should think we're going this way now.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, it thinks we're going in this way. We double back. We head into town. We take the best way in that Khan mentioned, and we go that way.
Mm.
I'm
Sounds
totally
good.
found. Yeah, okay. So as you guys mount back up into your vehicles, I'm not gonna ask someone to do this because Thomas is in the party. Thomas, you go over and you hotwire the 5-ton truck. You've done this many
Yeah.
times. And who is driving? Are you driving all 3 of the large vehicles, or are you just all riding in one together?
Well, one of the tractors got stuck going through the wall.
You could attempt to get it out. I would allow that. However, I am going to go ahead and say that you are probably going to have the rest of the building collapse when you take it out, and that could lead to injury. Just letting
Let's
you know.
take the
Okay.
5-ton.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
saying let's just take the 5-ton, and that way the rest of us can shoot if we need to, and we just take the keys and an important part, like the distributor cap from the
Oh.
tractors.
Oh, because there's only one other tractor. Why don't we just set the other tractor into the building?
We steal the spark plugs and hubcaps.
In case we need it again.
The dead don't need tractors.
Well, I took their keys anyways, so I have
Okay.
the keys.
The dead don't
So-
farm.
Just so you guys can see exactly visually, this is what the 5-ton lorry looks like. It's a European style with the flat front end and the box on the back. So
Oh, metric ton. How boring.
yes.
I climb in the back like a payload
Okay.
waiting to be delivered.
Okay, so who is driving, and is anyone in the front seat in the cab with them?
Thomas will drive.
I figured.
Okay. I'll be in the front seat with you.
Okay,
And
so
the other magic user is gonna hop in the back with the moose
cool.
man.
Very, very cool. Okay.
Does Moose Man want to use it? Marvin, would you like to use your sword or something to make viewports and firing holes in the walls of the truck?
I certainly can if you think that would be beneficial. One moment.
And I use my super moose strength to stab into the wall a few times.
Yeah, it's actually like Marvin's getting some anger and frustration out here, guys. With his bare hands, he is ripping sections out and then bending firing lines for you guys. He rips them in such a way that if someone needs to, they can push the metal panel back up and close the port. But once you close a port, I'm going to go ahead and say Marvin's the only one physically able to bend it back into position.
Good to know.
Good.
Do you think the
Like if
stealth
someone-
will apply to a truck? Amber, could you apply the stealth to a truck? Stealth truck?
You still have a bunch of the fluid left over, the saliva.
Amber is gonna attempt to apply that all over the truck and make the truck stealthy.
Yeah, we could just
Okay,
not get it attacked until we're there.
I am going to go ahead and have you
Roll
no,
again.
No, I'm not. No, you're slathering this on the fucking truck. You already did the magic. You got a 15. It's fine. In the saliva, you
13.
draw 13. You draw. It's still ridiculous. You draw a lot of the different symbols that you know from magic as warding symbols, things that help people become less noticeable, less watched. And after doing this for about 5 or so minutes, all of you are aware the vehicle stinks really badly now. It's pretty vile smelling. Like it's
Amber, you
real
must
vile
remember to
smelling.
wash your hands when we get back.
And Amber's getting a little bit difficult to stand next to. Amber, you've gone nose blind to it, but because it's literally on your forehead. But for the most part, the rest of you are.
It's on my
It's
antler.
like it's like eyes watering. Well, you're a moose, Faust. You are having the worst time.
You
of it.
you
have a
look in the
much better
back
sense
of the
smell.
truck and
Like,
Moose Man is just laying on the on his back, like
Ugh.
knocked out from the smell.
Amber's gonna be like, I wonder if they'll let me take a bath somewhere eventually. And I need a new dress.
I imagine this is
nice
what hell
one.
smells like.
so as you guys
Hell
close
has
the
fire.
as you close the access doors down into the tunnels from the lumber mill, the sounds, and speaking of which, the sounds of the heartbeat got so much louder when you open that door. It's like you have your ear on someone's chest. That's how loud it is. It's unbelievable how much you're hearing and being affected by it. But once the door closes, you guys are able to head over, quoth the Raven Nevermore, and head over to your trucks and get everything started and going. So are we driving out of the clearing now, folks? Are we heading towards town?
Yeah. We're gonna
Yeah.
take our stealth
I
truck.
I want to ask because once you're near town, prep is going to be much more difficult.
I don't know what else we could prep. We have our explosives, we have our gear, we have our stealth truck. We're stealthy.
Okay.
Can we
As-
make
as long-
the explosives hard to notice?
It's a C4 pack, so you could wrap it in something if you'd like.
I think we should wrap it in something to make it less obvious what it
Stick
is.
it like in my jacket or something.
Put it in your purse.
My purse, but I don't want my purse ruined. Are
If
you
the C4
buying
goes
me a
off
new
in your
purse
purse, you
after
have bigger
this?
problems.
Are you buying me a new purse?
If you wish.
Okay. She'll stick it in her purse and then hand her purse to the moose man
There
and
we
hang
go.
it on his antler.
Yeah, you hang the purse on his antler. Oh, sure. Yeah, whatever. Marvin just grudgingly just stares dead forward like 1,000-yard stare.
Perfect. Okay. As you guys jump into your respective spaces in the vehicle and get yourselves ready, you begin making your way towards the town proper. As you pull out of the forest and country roads and onto the roads of the town, it was about midday when you arrived, and you've been investigating and spending your time. So we're just about to hit sundown. The beautiful oranges and reds, purples of the sunset behind you above light up the sky. Most of the sky is blocked by the foliage and the trees around you, but you slowly roll your way towards the town, and the closer you get, the more and more difficult it becomes to, how shall we say, stay calm, stay peaceful. And for you, Thomas, as you pass by a few of the fields, you see heads turning towards you, but it's almost like you've short-circuited their brains. They're not looking at you, they're looking near you. They're looking around you. They're looking nearby you. But almost like you occupy a space they can't look at. You are now effectively hidden, at least in the fields. However, Thomas, as you get closer and closer, and more people start to arrive, more people start to appear in the fields and starting to head outside of the town, you can tell even from this distance that you are going to be noticed sooner than later. So I would ask you please to make an act under pressure roll to get yourself into town as carefully as you can before you got to hit the pedal and start making this going.
All right,
My other
guys.
my other
Hold
question
on.
my other question is the back door open?
Nah.
Okay. I just gotta ask for
And
firing lines and stuff. So please go ahead if you can.
And did that include your +1?
It didn't. I guess it is still there, isn't
Doesn't make any real difference because
No,
it'll be an 8.
Yeah, it's just an 8. So
it?
you feel confident, for the most part, that you're going to be able to get pretty far along here, Thomas. You're weaving between people who are lazily walking to and fro in the road, laughing and smiling to each other. You see some of them are carrying torches. A few of them seem to be in like medieval garb now. They've fully put on their period piece clothing and their festival clothing. And you get just to the edge of the town when the press of people becomes so thick that you will have to travel at a very slow pace to not be running people over. However, as you pull up and you begin looking back and forth, both you and Craig watch as about 30 different heads turn and are looking where you should be, but they don't seem to be seeing you. So until you make an action to make yourself known, you are still hidden, but it is up to you guys what you want to do now.
Maybe we just get
There's
out and walk.
Yeah, I think we walked from here.
Yeah.
I think so.
I mean, we could go ham and drive through them, but we're like
Then they'll
invisible to
see
them
us.
right now. We should just walk. Even Moose Man's like, yeah, that's probably the best option.
Walk, see how far we can get.
Yeah, let's try to like stick to alleys, stick inside buildings if we can, and just see if we can get there without being noticed.
I mean, we've been through the town once already. Can I figure a path back to the town square or the church, guys? Where we're
The
doing the
square,
warehouse.
that's what he said was the best way in.
Okay. So we'll head for the square. See if I can figure a route that will take us basically along the back alleys that people wouldn't normally wander.
Okay, can you roll me another act under pressure? If you fail this, it's going to get bad, so.
Whatever.
Oh, great.
Then we get back in the truck. Dig through the ditches and burn. Please don't double one this. There you go.
Very nice. Okay, so Thomas, you we're doing a survey of the town the entire time you've been here. You've been very studious to make sure that you were plotting your paths to make sure you knew where to go in case of an emergency. And you guys step into the town, and it's like you have a force field. There's people who look at you, but they don't see you. There are faces that turn in your direction and then turn away immediately. Thomas takes you down back alleys, through side buildings. Occasionally, he even appears to be doubling back, and you're confused as to where he's going, only to realize that he held up a hand to stop as a group of merrymakers and revelers pass right in front of you, just as you were all about to peer and push your way out into a street. With him guiding you and moving you through, you guys make it to the edge of the town square, and as you reach the edge of the town square, every single one of you gets a nasty pain in the back of your head, like you suddenly just got a headache.
Excedrin headache.
Knows we're here.
As you guys look around, you see heads of people are looking towards where you're peeking out of the alley, looking into the square, but no one seems to be approaching and getting up into your space. However, it's like there's like the best way I could describe it is it's like you're hearing a very shrill sound and it's setting you on edge and it's just making your ears hurt, your head hurt. But as you glance around, none of the buildings jump out at you as immediately obvious as the location for wherever you're looking to go.
It senses
Is there
us, but
any-
it can't tell exactly where we are.
There's only one building with more people in front of it than others, especially ones not in medieval garb.
Can I roll
go ahead and make a
investigate a
shot.
mystery?
Yes, you can. Both of you can, please, actually.
Okay.
Both of you suggested that.
To be a 11.
Okay. And Thomas, if you could. Okay, so please ask you. I think Thomas gets 2 questions. I think both of you get 3 questions, actually, maybe. Hang on. Okay, so investigate a mystery. On a roll of 10 plus, you hold 2, and so you can ask me a question and hold one, or you could hold one of you can just hold both of yours, and one person can ask 2 questions. I don't care.
Okay.
What is being concealed here? Where are they hiding it?
As you cast your gaze from your hiding space in the alleyway, you realize that there is only one building that has people going in and out of the front door constantly. There is only one building that seems to have individuals standing outside of it that almost look like guards. That is the hotel.
I point this out to the others. And then I'll probably hold
What's it-
my other one.
The hotel has a tall peaked roof. It's about 3 to 4 stories tall. You guys can see that there are multiple entrances, one on the front, one on the side door. You're presuming if you go into the back alleys, you might be able to sneak into a back door. But the front door is being heavily watched.
Let's take a back door if we can find it. What do you think, guys?
Yes, let's try to sneak in. Sneak by them and then kill them all. Kill them all.
I don't think it has the same effect on them.
Okay, so I would like the party, please, to nominate 2 individuals to lead and act under pressure.
Daz. I have a +1. Cool. Craig, what do you have?
+1.
So
I
either
have
of
a
us could do it.
-1.
Does anyone have a hold left over they'd be able to use as an assist?
I do. I just took
And-
one.
Yeah, I have 1 hold left, and we all get +1.
Okay, so who would like to volunteer?
I'm volunteering Daz. And
Okay.
then I don't know. I can do it, I guess.
Okay, so this is to sneak you guys to the back without, how shall we say, getting a bunch of people coming onto you.
I hate when a bunch of people come on to me.
I know, man, I know. Yes. Yeah, technically people is in quotes.
Oh,
And then, are you here, Daz?
Oh no, mixed success. Dun dun dun.
He might be.
I think he
trying to-
muted because the TV noises.
Oh, yeah.
If Daz passes his, I can do a help out to see if I can. Shall I do
shit.
a help
Christ.
out to see if I can turn Marvin's into a full success?
I would highly advise that you probably do. A mixed success isn't super great in this situation. So
Okay. So that would be a cool.
it would be.
And we get one from the ongoing and one from my hold. I
Yes.
will delete that hold.
Oh no.
Okay, so technically there is one more player who can attempt to help out. Anna, do you want to attempt to help out?
Do it, Anna. You can
As
do it.
well. All right. Amber's gonna realize that people are apparently not holding their cool, and in her final wisdom, she's going to try to help out. This should be under help out, right?
Yes.
Specifically.
Specifically the
No, not act under pressure. Submit. I have one, and I can use my forward too, right? Because I had one
You can,
hold.
yep. You can.
Ooh.
She's gonna do
So
that.
you get a +3.
No, I have a -1 usually.
No, I meant +1 from your hold, +1 from your forward, and +1 from the ongoing.
No.
Then-
Just
And
But if
then -1. Yeah.
So it's a +2.
I don't have a forward. I have the one that you guys
Oh, I
had,
thought you said
and
you
my
had one.
hold. That's what
That's
I
all
was
good.
putting in the forward.
Yeah, all good. Hold up.
Hey,
She thinks she's doing so well, and then she sees a flicker of light,
So
and it could
How-
be fire.
because Daz rolled so well, the way this goes down is you guys are able to make your way through the back exits and the back alleys until you are essentially at the back door. But as you reach the back door and go to open it, the door opens, and you see the face of the priest looking at you.
We should.
Hello.
I shoot him.
Shoot it.
Okay, so
Shoot him.
he's attempting to close the door at the exact same time. So this is just going to be a basic opposed. Make a kick some ass roll, and we'll see if it works out. Who's shooting him? I heard 2 people say I shoot. So
Me.
We all 3 did.
Jesus
Um,
Christ! Everyone roll kick some ass then.
Yeah, Amber is the only one that doesn't shoot, and she tries to put up a barrier to prevent him from running away.
I got
Okay.
an 11.
Use a magic roll there.
Yeah, so as soon as he
11,
opens
okay.
the door, it's just,
Hello.
and then blast him. Excuse me, sir.
Okay, so that's a shot, and shot. Okay, so I think that all works out for right immediately. So the shotgun pulls up. His entire right shoulder disappears in the shoulder in the shotgun blast. He's knocked back into the barrier that's created by Amber. As you pull up your gun and salvo into his stomach, you watch as his body melts into puddles of that white flesh. His face kind of glares up at you and then sinks in through the cracks of the floorboards towards wherever you guess he comes from.
Be
His body is
seeing
now
you soon.
His body is now broken and ripped to pieces, lying on the ground in front of you, missing a head and a shoulder. You guys hear yells coming from outside in the square, and you hear the pounding of footsteps coming towards the back door.
I quickly start ushering everyone inside and barricading the door.
Everyone files in really quickly, pushing. The door slams shut behind, and you begin shoving and piling stuff in front of the door. Quite quickly, you hear the thump, and the smack as people are trying to break and push down the door. The people who are inside, as you turn around, you see a number of townsfolk who turn and begin rushing towards you guys. What are you doing?
We shoot him.
Amber is gonna try to put up a barrier
Oh,
Get
so
to
you're
the office.
to
cool.
block
So you're,
them in.
Yeah.
okay, so whoever is firing, fire first, and then Amber, use magic. I'm assuming that right now you're busy, Marvin, as you're actually like barricading the back door with stuff. Goddamn.
Ooh.
Okay, so next success. So I'm gonna say one gets through the shield, the other ones are blocked by it. Your shot opens up, Todd. And how much damage do you do with your
3 AP.
3 AP? You completely neutralize the one. He drops to the ground dead. Amber 1 does get through and jumps and is like grappling with your arms as you're moving the knife to complete the actual effect. As it completes, the shield goes up, blocking off the hallway from any more coming in. But there is one in your midst coming in to attack, and he slashes you with the claws on his hand across the side of your neck, and you take 1 harm.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
She is going to actually try to stab him back.
Sure, yeah. So as you
Oh.
rip your weapon down and pull up, kind of coming towards presumably the neck or the stomach. Thomas, are you doing anything?
Yeah, grab something, chair, desk, push it, and try to knock him off his feet.
Cool.
I'm gonna
Make an
shoot
act.
near her.
Make an act under pressure roll first, then, because you're coming in hard at his legs, and then Amber is going in with a knife.
And that would be kick some ass, right?
Yeah, for you, it's kick some ass. For Thomas, it's act under pressure.
Do I still get the 1 from the previous stuff?
The
Yes.
ongoing hold, yeah. Until you guys go into the underground.
Okay.
Ooh, there we go. Okay, so Thomas, you are able to knock him to the ground, but the claw-like fingernails scratch down your thigh and leave a pretty deep gouge. You take 1 harm. Amber, with the 9, you drop down onto the figure on the ground and begin stabbing. They kick you in the back and kind of slam you up against the wall. You take an additional harm, but the remainder of your stabs kills this figure and ends the figure on the ground. As you guys stand up and look to the back, you hear pounding on the doors. Some are trying to get in. You see some of them pounding with their hands on Amber's shield as each one of you kind of goes back to back in place. What's your next move?
Is there a way out? Ventilation?
Yeah. There is ventilation. There are side rooms that you can go into in the hallway that aren't blocked off by Amber's wall.
We gotta get to the office. Let's just fucking go.
Yeah, office to go downstairs.
Okay, so I am going to ask one party member to make an act under pressure. You are trying to find an office in the middle of an insane battle, while Amber's maintaining, like, the picture I have is that Marvin has to rush back to the door to shoot people through the door as they break part of the barricade down, while, like, Craig and Thomas are ripping open doors, trying to find the office, while Amber is, like, putting all of her effort into maintaining a shield as more and more of these things are just slamming their hands against it and tearing at it and trying to get through it.
Okay, Thomas,
I
you're
think-
up.
Yeah.
You got a 9.
I could try helping you again.
I would probably say yes, or you're
You look that way, I'll look this way.
Yep. Come on, Todd, you got this.
Do I want to help out or an act under pressure?
Help out here.
It's the same roll.
It is, yeah, it's cool. It's cool anyway. So,
Okay.
what's he?
+1 on their roll.
Boom. Yeah. So help out just adds a +1 to the roll. So that's a flat 10 for a full success. So as you're throwing open doors, Thomas, you're actively shotgunning people inside rooms as you open doors, getting rid of random targets. But as you throw open the office, you see what is unmistakably a banner of Sheb Hagorath hanging from one of the walls, and you see an open trapdoor in the far corner of the room. The miasma that is coming out of the hole is sickening. You almost vomit immediately upon entering the room. It's hard to breathe in here. It feels like you're smelling sulfur. Your nose is burning. Your nose hairs are burning. Everything in your body is telling you not to go down there.
Let's go down there.
Wrap a bandolier on. Found it.
Okay. As you guys dive
Amber, let's
into
go.
as you guys run into the lower area, Amber, I'm going to go ahead and say you have the ability to shift your shield, but I'm going to be asking you throughout the rest of this combat as you go underground to be making use magic checks to maintain that shield, and if you fail any of them, it breaks, and all the things that are waiting to come through, okay?
Okay, wait. So I
You're
need to
sustaining
roll
the
a-
shield to keep them from killing
Yeah.
us.
Yep.
You
Okay.
are I'm presuming that you're sustaining the shield to keep them from breaking through and coming after you guys down
Yes.
the office stairs. What I'm going
Do
to
I need
ask
to
is
roll again.
no. Periodically, I'm going to be asking you to make a use magic check during the action, and if you fail that check at any time, that means the barrier upstairs breaks and the horde gets through. Okay?
Okay, wonderful.
No pressure.
Cool.
I'm gonna be busy for a little bit, guys. Please don't get me stabbed. No
So-
fire.
Who is going down first, folks?
Me.
Okay. It is as disgusting as you expected, Marvin. It is awful as you go
This
down.
this is horrid. I
You ha-
don't
your
know if I can go
headlamps
down there, my friends.
are illuminating the area as you stare down into the space. You can see the ladder that would normally go down is also coated in the rungs, like the rungs are coated in that white, fleshy, pulpy substance. The smell is overpowering, and even from this angle with your headlamps looking down, you can see the walls are like a mosaic of stitched faces. They make up almost every part of the surface of the walls and the ceiling.
I take it back. I think this is what hell smells like.
I will force myself to enter the hell tunnel with my
As you
light on.
descend into the depths, the smell is nearly overpowering. You feel like you're about to pass out at certain
I'm
moments.
gonna make an
but
act under pressure roll.
Please do. Let's see if you choke, buddy.
Let's see if Marvin loses his cool.
No, you're
He's
good.
upset. He manages to hold it.
You see Marvin waving the rest of you guys down. Everyone joining?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Amber will be last.
As you guys descend into the tunnel, you guys can see that whatever this creature is, it has essentially coated all of the basements and the lower areas of these buildings in this town. As you guys begin walking further along, you can see the mosaic stitched faces along the walls, twisted in agonized expressions, and your heads are hurting more and more as you walk along. As you round the edge of a passage, and it's not that long. It almost looks like the creature has just taken up the space that existed underground already. You turn a corner, and sitting in the center of the room, you see an exposed brain. It's about 15 feet long and 15 feet tall. It's pulsing. And you see the priest, as well as a few other figures standing around it. And the priest is actively reforming into a human body. You can see it like bubbling and boiling up, like someone took a shell of a human and began pouring mixture into it. The feet are slowly filling up towards the torso as it's rebuilding his body from the damage you just did upstairs.
Grab the C4, slap some silver
wait.
shotgun shell on it.
Cool.
Is that? Don't we? Sorry, is that the demon?
Who cares?
It's
From
the
what you can
brain
tell,
of-
Okay, I can deal with that.
I think what we're
Yeah.
dealing with is like this is the people that failed the ritual back in the day. They kind of fused with demonic forces and became this thing. They became the town.
Yeah.
All right, Moose Man steps forward.
You pathetic heathens. What have you gotten yourselves into? Well, if you want to kill a zombie,
And then he just racks the shotgun. I'm ready to kick ass.
Fucking love it. Okay, so I did hear Thomas mention that he was combining the C4 bomb with a bunch of silver shotgun pellets. Are you going first, Thomas, or is our Moose Man starting the show?
Moose Man will start. I'll follow up. He's going to clear Moose Man. Get him to clear a path so I can get to the brain.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, okay, what's the terrain like? Is it this big open room?
It looks like this was a larder for the hotel at one point, so it's fairly large down here. It's maybe 30 feet by 40 feet with about 15-foot tall ceilings. You would guess that what used to be rafters are now coated in that flesh-like substance, so you have a lot of room to maneuver around, and the brain is sitting in the middle of the room. It's connected to the floor and the ceiling by these long, like thin, like tubes, and you can see the whole mixture of it. But it doesn't look like a human brain. It's just evidently a brain from the shape of this. You guess that this is what you would call a brain.
Okay.
And every single person's headache has gotten extreme. Like it's hard to even think in this room.
Can I find a place that we could effectively funnel the enemies towards us while the guys behind us shoot? I now have unquenchable vitality. I need to be taking like as much damage as possible.
Okay, so Marvin throws his hands out, and all of you back up to get around the corner that you came in through, and you've now created a choke point where Marvin is standing at the front with a shotgun and a sword in hand, while you are all standing around Thomas as he's quickly making this dirty bomb of shotgun silver shells and C4.
Yeah, and
Um,
you gotta notice that the wounds that Marvin's taken, like ever since Amber healed him, almost he's been healing at a faster and faster rate. His wounds heal quickly, and I don't know, something that Amber did seems to have boosted his healing ability for somewhat.
Cool, love it.
Cool.
Cool. So, what I'm going to go ahead and say is the first thing I'm going to ask is Thomas, can you please make an act under pressure roll to combine these ingredients into an effective bomb? Because it's a bit more than duct taping shotgun shells to a C4 thing, you know.
Or, EMP grenades to a drone.
Okay, there we are.
8.
8. Okay. You get the sense that this bomb is mostly going to be functional. If you would like to spend another round, your next round, continuing to work on it to make it perfect, you can, but you know that this is going to do some damage, at least.
I'll make it perfect.
Okay, I figured as much. So, as the professional, frustrated with how he's setting this up, you watch him pull the shells back out, take out his knife, and begin carving new channels into the C4 to actually pack the shotgun shells in proper, get the actual shell casings into the material so they'll properly detonate and explode elsewhere. At that time, both Craig and Amber, you look and see Marvin standing like a bulwark in the front as several of the individuals in the room begin to rush towards him. You all watch as the priest dissolves and falls back into the surface, and you begin to watch a face on one of the walls extrude outwards. Who's doing what?
I'll shoot the face.
Okay, go ahead and roll kick some ass.
I'm
was gonna
standing
try and-
sentinel. Anybody that comes in to the choke point, I'm killing.
I was trying to come up with a cool thing to do, but, I'll shoot the face.
Hey, shooting the face is cool.
Yeah, I think shooting the face is cool.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, especially when you roll an 11. What extra effect? Extra harm? You what do you?
Sure, extra harm.
Okay, so as you guys watch the face get hit, the brain begins to bleed as if you just shot it. The face screams in pain and disappears where it was extruding out from the wall, no longer visible inside the room. It might be popping out somewhere else, you're not sure.
Nice work. Keep that up.
I'll do my best. Thank you.
Okay. Amber, you watch as two of them are sprinting almost on all fours like animals towards Marvin. One is leaping up towards Marvin and he immediately engages it. What are you doing with the other one?
Aren't I still holding the other barrier, or did that break?
Unless you... So basically the way that I'm ruling it, Amber, here, is that if you choose to use any other magic effect, then I'm going to have you make a use magic roll to see if you can maintain the barrier. Every single time you get hurt or have to make a hard action, I'm making you make another use magic to maintain that barrier.
So I can use some other magic, though?
Absolutely,
If I want
yeah.
to try?
As long as it's not sustained.
Okay, yeah, so she's going to fire a bolt
Cool.
at the incoming one.
Okay.
So that's going to be a wind force one, which uses my practitioner.
Cool.
And we're in now, so I do not have the plus
You do
one.
not... No, yeah, the ongoing has faded. You are now
But-
into the new situation.
But I have a practitioner, so it's plus one. Makes success.
Cool. Make success. Okay, so the bolt flies along along Marvin's side, and slams into the creature's chest, preventing it from getting too close and essentially making Faust into a 2-on-1. So the one that was about to jump at your legs gets knocked off of its feet and slammed back, Marvin, giving you a free range to swing or fire at the one who's coming directly at you.
Ugh.
8.
Okay. You would take one harm here as it slashes at you, but I'm assuming that's reduced, or you're going to heal that. So it's
my armor, and
I'm-
then if I take any damage after my armor, I can heal it.
Okay, yeah. So it would have been 2 armor like normal when these things hit. It goes down to 1 because of your armor, so you take 1 damage from the effect as it slashes along your upper torso. But with the shotgun being 3 harm, you blow this thing away with the attack, and it's kind of knocked back onto its ass.
Okay, and I
Um,
heal 2 harm.
Absolutely. You watch, Marvin, as the other 4 that were in the room, seeing this, now turn and begin sprinting towards the choke point. Thomas, as you're in the back, continuing to fiddle with the bomb, you watch the face extrude in the hallway behind you guys. What are you doing?
He's behind us. And is my bomb ready?
Your bomb, I need you to make another. It's ready anytime you want, Daz, but it's not perfect until you make another act under pressure roll to make it perfect.
When Marvin gets slashed, like he reels backward a little bit, but then the wound almost heals instantly, and he looks down at it and he starts laughing, like an almost kind of maniacal, almost evil sounding laugh.
Not evil. Marvin's good. Yeah, he's behind us and
Not evil,
basically
but sounding.
push past Craig and turn Craig to face him.
Okay.
And then
I'll
finish
shoot the
the
face.
bomb.
As soon as he finishes rolling for the bomb, I'll roll to shoot the face.
Okay, go for it. Okay. Okay, give me an act under pressure here,
Yep.
Thomas, if you could.
Is her wall still holding?
You have not been directly attacked yet, so you don't have to make a roll yet. Your wall, as far as I'm telling you, until you are affected directly by someone attacking you, I'm not going to make you make a roll.
Cool.
With a 10, perfect. So, Thomas, as you shove and spin Craig around, you see his startled expression as he gets spun. You put him into place to get him ready for the face as it extrudes out from the wall, and you turn and look, and you slice, channel, and you flip the bomb over and look, and it's as perfect as it's going to get. So, next round, you can absolutely throw this motherfucker.
And I'm
Craig.
gonna shoot the face.
Do it, or
Oh!
what'd you roll?
6.
Okie dokie. So, as you're firing towards the face, the maw opens and the tongue fires out and wraps around your waist. You are yanked 10 feet towards it. You are now only 5 feet away from the open, gaping mouth. You are going to be having trouble to shoot your gun while it is dragging you off balance. Marvin, Amber, you are able to look back and see Craig fly through the air, slam into the ground, and began to get dragged towards the open mouth of the priest face pulling out from the wall. There's that hungry expression you saw on the church's back across his features.
I will shoot that.
Thank you.
I'm gonna shoot
You spin
that.
in place with the shotgun and blast away. Go ahead and make a kick smash roll.
Marvin's in the bloodlust, so he is gonna
Yeah,
shoot
okay.
that.
So, question for you: are you trying to free him from the tongue, or to do damage?
Well, I assume that shooting the face would maybe free him.
Potentially, yes, but
All right, I'll prioritize freeing him then.
okay. So that is an act under pressure roll, not a kick some ass roll.
Okay, then I'm gonna kick some ass.
Yeah, I wondered. Okay, so you're trying to do damage, hoping it'll drop him instead.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get a 9.
So what I'll say is, as you fire the gun and Craig is pulled along, you feel the tongue constrict like a python around your torso, Craig, and you feel a rib crack before a shotgun blast from your companion causes the tongue to just drop away from you and like a retching yell come from the face before it sinks back into the wall.
Oh, I heard that rib.
Okay,
Thank you, Marvin.
Who's going next? The chaos in the hallway is pretty bad. Marvin, you got multiple people running towards you. Amber, Amber, Thomas, what are you doing?
Amber is going to see if she can basically set another bolt and try to hit
Just
the...
blow them out of the way so I can get to
Yeah.
the brain.
Oh, I'll just use wind to blow them out of the way then.
Perfect. Yeah.
works.
Okay. That's a great idea. Make a use match roll for me, please.
Okay.
Oh, no miss success, a straight success. Amber, as you duck to the side of your companion Marvin, he pulls the shotgun out of the way, giving you space to work your magic. You draw the symbols in the air and then send the burst of air forward, completely knocking and clearing the path for Thomas to make his toss. This is not a kick some ass because you're throwing a bomb, Thomas. Hopefully this doesn't go bad. Act under pressure, buddy.
I'm going with him if he's moving forward. Just like staying next to him.
You can choose to walk forward and place it, Thomas, or you can throw it. Throwing it is going to be more dangerous.
Throwing it is more dangerous?
Yes, because if he fails, if he fails the throw, it's going to fall at your feet, guys. If he walks it up and places it, he's the only person at risk.
Okay.
I'll rush forward and place it.
Okay.
I want to go with him.
Okay, so you watch Thomas pass by you, just swim past you as you're holding your guard, and that's your signal, Marvin, to break your bulwark and run behind him, blasting at any of the ones that come nearby. You watch one of them who's already running at you, leaps into the air, and you're able to grab him by the throat and toss him to the side as you're moving forward. And Thomas, make your act under pressure roll for me. Okay, does someone want to help him?
Yes, I will help him. I'm helping.
Make a help roll.
Fuck, I'm not helping.
Oh.
Can Amber help by trying to see if she can help stabilize them?
Yes, absolutely.
But would I be able to use that magic, or is that going to have to be a help?
I'll allow it. No, I'll allow it. That's a good
Yes.
lowering.
So,
That's
I
the
guess it
face
would
I
just
make when I
be-
fail a roll too.
use magic. Oof.
Okay. So what I'm going to go ahead and say is, as you cast the magic, with this mixed success, one of them is able to jump onto Daz's shoulders as he's getting close to the placement, and he sinks his teeth into his upper shoulder and his trap in the back. There's a biting, spearing amount of pain that runs down your spine, Thomas, before you're able to throw the thing outwards and get it to stick to the side. Are you hitting boom now, or?
No.
I didn't think so. So it's at this point that I don't want to recommend something to you guys, but I think everyone in this chat understands what
Time to
C4
leave.
does. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. let's
Okay.
leave.
Run,
So
everyone! There's gonna be fire!
So I am going to ask everyone to make an act under pressure to run away from this dope
Oh,
explosion.
fudge monkeys. Okay. Act under pressure, you said?
Oh yeah.
Fuck.
No magic for this, folks. No kick some ass for this, folks. Act. Oh no.
I will. Can I help? Oh, God.
Roll a three.
What do we do? All right,
Can
look,
I
I
help
want to take
them?
all the
Can I
damage.
try to-
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right now. It's like I'm not trying to fight back as much as absorb damage. I mean, I'm shooting, but
Okay.
Um,
So please roll your act
Alright.
under pressure, Marvin, and we'll see what happens.
I got a
Amber's
6.
gonna try to pull the other wall that was on the front and put a wall around us to protect us, like a little bubble.
But then there's gonna be guys coming at us from the other way.
There would be.
Like a
yes.
little bubble.
Yeah.
Bubble.
She's gonna put the wall around us.
Okay, so I love this idea, and I like the idea of you guys realizing you're not going to make it out in time before you have to hit the C4. So Amber has to magic you out of it. So Amber, please make a use magic check here. If this doesn't work, everybody's taking 5 harm from a C4 explosion.
Ooh.
Whoa.
I don't even care.
Okay. So she's gonna
I
use
do.
the magic.
However-
oh wait,
however,
can I try
what-
to do the portal us out instead?
Hell yes, you could.
Okay, so I'm gonna use that, and it's gonna try to portal us out to the outside area into the field.
Okay. Oh, this is
We're
this
being
is tested.
surrounded, like they're closing in on us. We're in the
Hell yeah.
cramped hallway shooting. Like,
Is there any reason that I would have a plus? No, I already used it.
You already
Crap.
used it, yeah. Do you have a hold? Does anyone else have
No.
Oh, and she comes through. Holy, all right,
Oh,
guys.
Amber.
So you watch Amber take her knife. She stabs into the hallway and begins carving away at the flesh, carving a portal out. Everyone's holding off the enemies as they're coming closer and closer. You get around the corner and you watch Thomas pull out his detonator and push the button just as the portal opens and Marvin grabs everyone. Marvin, you take 2 harm as you cover everyone from the actual explosion and literally fall and yank everyone through the portal. You guys
heal 1 back.
You guys land in a jumble outside in the field. And Marvin, as you glance up, you watch the purple dome flicker, and fade.
Once again, Amber, you pull through for us. I knew you could do it.
As you guys sit in a jumble, you guys stand up and kind of collect yourselves. And as a group, you kind of glance back towards the village and the buildings. You see the people in the fields are falling towards the ground, and then when a wind hits them, they disappear like dust. You look towards the buildings, and 30 years of wear and tear all arrive at the same time. The buildings rot. Some collapse in on themselves. Every one of the people disappears like dust up into the wind and up into the gusts, into the updrafts in the air. The village of Elgi fades before you. The temporal lock created by the devouring mass demon gone. And as you guys brush yourselves off, you pull up your cell phones and you have signal. And every single one of your cell phones is filled with calls wondering why the fuck you have not responded in yet.
Wait. God damn it. I've only got 1 bar.
That's a tidy bit of hazard pay, I think.
But with that,
they need
Sorry,
to
go
give us new
Close.
equipment and new clothes. And Amber does not have a cell phone, by the way.
I didn't. Oh no, I guess you were. I know. Okay, so Thomas has one. I'm sure Craig has like a 1970s like cell phone, one of those big block things that he carries around. And then I assume that Marvin has the best tech he can get because he's a fucking suave detective. So
I don't. Yeah, I suppose he has some kind of communication device custom made for him because he breaks normal phones. But yeah, I'll
Regardless.
call up
Amber
Orb
has
and be
none.
like, yeah.
You can go ahead and send in the agents now. I believe the issue has been resolved.
I need to find my carrier pigeon so I can report in.
you all get confirmation from Orb from your messages have been received. They have sent several more teams to look into the issue to assist you, and that is where we will end the session for tonight. I hope that was fun, guys.
Are we gonna do our?
Yes, we are. We are doing our end of session stuff. So, as we go to the end of session, for luck, harm, leveling up, where is it? End of session. There it is. Okay, so did we conclude the current mystery? Yes, we did. 100%.
Yes.
You guys did. Did we save someone from certain death or worse? You saved
Yes.
each other, but
Yeah.
you did not save anyone from certain death, unfortunately.
True.
Did we learn something new and important about the world? Yes,
Yes.
you guys did. You discovered that there are demons that can literally possess entire towns. And did we learn something new and important about one of the hunters? I believe
Yeah.
Marvin's ability to heal and the fact that Amber is able to port you guys out in a really fucked up situation, it counts as that. So everyone mark 2 more experience.
Ho ho.
Woohoo!
I just need to screw up 1 more time.
I need to screw up 2 more times, but yes.
I just got to pick better times to screw up than what I've been picking.
No, I know, man. It's like this game has those moments where like when you mess up a kick some ass roll, it makes me so mad. I had one session where I played where I felt like a badass because I got stabbed and I pulled the knife out and threw it at someone who was attacking us. And I rolled like a 3 on my kick some ass and I got shot in the face. Like it was not a good feeling, you know? Like so
Yeah, that was fun.
I'm glad you guys liked it. If you got anything you want to share with me privately, so you can send me a message if you don't feel like talking about it, you know. But is there anything you guys would like to see for the next one shot? This was very much a horror one shot. I adapted this from an old horror story I wrote. So if you guys want more mystery, let me know. But this was a horror. This was a horror one shot. So
It was cool.
Yeah,
It was
Very
fun.
good.
I'm glad you guys liked it.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.